So can we start now? Good morning, one and all present here. Today, I, Dr. Himani Goel Sharma, Professor, Poornima College of Engineering, welcome you here in this day 4 of 6 days short-term training program being sponsored by AICT under Equus scheme on developing R&D culture in educational institutes through project-based learning. I hope I'm audible, sir. Praveen,
Yes,
sir,
ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So today in day 4, we have our first session being taken up by our esteemed professor, Dr. A.S. Goel, who was an ex-vice chancellor of APG Shimla University, Shimla, and he is going to deliver a talk on providing smart and unique solutions for accelerating enhancement of infrastructure, employment, and revenue at no cost to the exchanger. So before formally welcoming Dr. Goel, um, I would like to give a brief introduction about Sir. So Dr. A.S. Goel has been an ex-Vice Chancellor and ex-Chief Engineer from Indian Defence Services Institute and holds a PhD in Civil Engineering from IIT Bombay, ME in Civil Structures in First Division from Thapar University, MBA, LLB, PE Surveyors, second year partly, Structural Design licensee from Structural Design of Multi-Story Built Structures from BMC. He is a member of ASCE, FIE, FIB and has around 53 years in diversified experience in various disciplines of civil engineering, which includes research work under CSIR and IIT Bombay. And he has published around 14 technical papers in national and international seminars and journals. And he holds structural design and execution of around 110 multi-various projects in government departments after selection through UPSC in 1975. And after resigning as the chief engineer, he took a voluntary retirement from Indian Defence Services Institute and joined the Reliance Industries. And he was one of the more main instrumental person in getting this Ambani residence called Antila built up. So most of you who are from Mumbai, they must be knowing that this Ambanis have a very beautiful structure, residential complex, which is called as Antila, and he was actually prepared. He was involved in getting the design approved and layout. He was in the layout team when they were making this Antila structure at Bombay, and before for that he had to visit abroad also. So he had joined the Reliance Industries as a consultant at Navi Mumbai, and he worked on the Dhirubhai Ambani International Convention and Exhibition Center at Bandra complex and retrofitting of HN Hospital. And he also was instrumental in new hospital block under Reliance Foundation, which is under the name of Kokila Band. So you must be knowing about it. Most of you who are from Mumbai, they must be knowing. So he holds the distinction of interfacing with foreign architect firms such as Perkins of Chicago, TVS Engineering of Atlanta, Walter Timore USA, Cotiba of France, Structure Ready France, Togri of France, World History of Paris, and other engineering consultants through personal visits and interactions. And Sir has also been impaneled as an advisor on the interview board of Union Public Service Commission, Jodhpur House, New Delhi, for selection of class 1 gazetted officers of Government of India. And Sir has acted as an external examiner for project work of BTech students of IIT Bombay. And he worked as a professor of civil engineering instructors and principal of engineering colleges for 5 years under North Maharashtra, Jalgaon, Rajasthan Technical University, Kota, Nagpur University, Nagpur, Himachal Pradesh Technical University, Hamirpur, and Vice Chancellor of Deputy Shimla University as Vice VC and Director of Ashoka Engineering Institute, Hyderabad, before joining as a professor and president as a head of the Department of SRGI, Jhansi. So we welcome you, Dr. Goyal, here. I hope I'm audible, sir, to you. Dr. A.S. Goyal, I think he has muted himself.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear?
Yes, sir. You are audible now. Yes, sir. So we welcome you here, sir. And on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Yes,
Hello.
Sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. You are audible, sir. Audible, sir. So Dr. Praveen Sonwale.
No, you are audible. You are.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello.
Sir. Sir, you are audible.
You are. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So
Sir.
thank you. And I want to share some PPTs.
Yes, sir.
Can you allow me to present some PPTs?
Sir, just give 2 minutes, Dr. Sir, just give 2 minutes. Dr. Praveen Sonwale, sir, is going to felicitate you with an e-memento. So over to you, Dr. Praveen, sir. So kindly share the screen, sir.
Yes, madam. Whether my screen is visible to you?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. Dr. Anand Goyal, this is for you, a small memento from the Poornima College of Engineering. Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
On behalf of Electrical Engineering Department, Poornima College of Engineering, I welcome you, sir, in this 6 days STDP development, specifically R&D culture in educational institutes through project-based learning. And I know you are having huge experience in this, where we, the new upcoming faculties, need your guidance. So I welcome you, sir, and I present this e-memento as a token of love from the Poornima College of Engineering.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
I accept and I thank you all for giving me an opportunity to present myself. Have this PPTs?
Yes, sir. You can share the PPTs, sir. Now.
Hello?
Sir, you can share the PPTs.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You can share the PPTs.
Some problem. How do I share? Yeah.
You have to go to present now and to window.
Present now. That's okay. Okay. And
first open the PPT, sir.
Enter.
Yes, sir.
Share entire screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, share.
Sir, rather than share a window.
Window.
Window. There you will
Okay.
find there is a PPT.
When,
In present now only, sir, the second
okay.
option, a window.
Okay. Present now. A tab or something? Your entire screen?
No. Second one is
Second,
No.
a
second.
window.
Second one is a window. Yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
You select that one and you find your PPT is there in the list.
Has it come?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know how it is not coming. PPTs are not coming.
Sir, you have opened your PPT on the desktop?
Yeah, I have. Yes, I have. Uh, yes, these are the PPT. Can you see this? Can you see this?
No, sir, it is not visible.
These, so,
So should I share it from my end?
window. No, yeah. No, now you can see this. Share. Is it visible now?
No, sir.
Is it visible?
No, sir, no, sir. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Okay. Thank you. You see, my topic for today's lecture is uh, providing smart and unique solutions for accelerating growth of infrastructure, employment, and revenue at no cost to the exchequer. Means I have perfected the techniques by which we can accelerate the development of infrastructure, the employment, and also earn revenue to the government. I know government is hard pressed with the money. They don't have money. So if anything we have to do, we don't have to depend for the finances from the government. So that is a smart thing to do. Then for doing this, you need to have a unique solutions. Tend to use here are manifold, and for each of these problems that have affected, I have got a unique solutions. And those who are civil engineers or engineers or those who are MBA, they will appreciate this effort that I'm going to present to you, which is going to accelerate the development of infrastructure, which we badly need we are a poor country, less developed, and we can become a developed country provided we do something worthwhile. So, am I audible to you all? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Audible.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello?
Yes, sir,
Audible?
you're
Yes, you have to
audible.
tell me. If I am not audible, then you have to tell me. Okay.
Okay,
So
sir.
now you see, yeah. See, the India, you see, we are a most populous country in the world, second to China. In fact, the density of populations is much more than China because China is bigger than India at least 3 times the area. And as compared to China, we are having the equivalent population of 137 crores. So we have made very tremendous progress as far as the growth of population is concerned. This is our unique achievement. And our government also tends to take advantage of this. They want to show to the world that we are the most populous country and we present a very big market to the world companies. Everybody is interested to come to India to sell their wares, set up companies here, and because they have got a very big market. Now these things are posing problems to us also. You see, our population, as I told you, has grown from 37 crores to 137 crores, and we are adding 1.4 crores people every year. We have to address this problem that in next 5 years there will be 7 crores people will be more. So we have to provide for the housing as well as the food. That is very important. Now what the government is not considering this danger at all. They are not obvious. They are not. They in fact their attention is somewhere else. They want to provide housing to all. They want to provide food for all. But the thing, what is happening is to feed this burgeoning population is a very Herculean task, and India has to look for sustainable avenues for providing food and healthy living condition for its people. We will be required to make available large acres of land and as well as housing for this population. But what we are doing? Presently, we are on expanding spree of our cities by occupying new large acreage of agricultural land adjacent to our existing cities, which will ultimately deplete food grain production. So what is required? The National Green Tribunal has been set up by the Government of India. So they are required to take note of this urgent requirement. Should put moratorium on construction of residential colonies beyond city limits to spare and preserve agricultural land for our future generation. This is the requirement, most urgent requirement for which nobody is giving any heed. Government is not doing anything. So as a technocrats, as engineers, as faculty, we have to find out a smart solution to tide over this problem. How this can be done? First is that we have to stop the spread of the city beyond the municipal limits. What we are doing, uh, we are making national capital region. We are including more and more areas, agricultural areas, to provide this accommodation. So what I'm suggesting is, don't go anywhere beyond the city limits. And at the same time, you can provide adequate accommodation to the our burgeoning population. So because this is a very interesting topic for civil engineers, students, and faculty, how can we achieve this? So, infrastructure development of international standards through reconstruction of old and dilapidated structure in a prime location at no cost to the owners of tenements. We have done this study, we have got it done from our final year students who have to submit a project at the end of their 4 year, and without this they cannot be awarded degree. So they have to work on these problems rather than having this plagiarism that they copy something and then they submit it. Then so government is putting more stress that some original work should be done by the students. Now, what are the original works? The original works are there to solve the problem that is hounding us. That we are, our population is increasing and poverty is increasing. So we have to provide employment. How can we provide employment? We can provide employment only through this infrastructure development. Suppose we construct a lot of houses, a lot of factories, then it will give us some employment to our guys. And at the same time, they can be provided decent living conditions. So we have done on this a project of around construction of a 32-story building in a prime location by demolishing the old and dilapidated structures, single story, double story, like this. There is no use of keeping them there, and we have to develop there. And ways and means have been found out how it can be done. What we are doing at the present, that we are constructing accommodation for the weaker section of the society outside the city limits. Now this poses a lot of problems to them because their workplace, where their work is in the city itself. So they have to commute for large distance to reach their destination or to reach their house to and fro, and they are inconvenienced by doing this. And in this process, we are also wasting lot of agricultural land which will be required ultimately for food grain production. Later on, because the area will not come from anywhere from the sea, because this is already occupied. So there is an urgent need to do such work. That the schemes should be such where it doesn't meet any resistance from the occupants. So we have done this survey. We have got the approval of the tenants that they are able to give land provided they are given the equivalent accommodation. So this project we have done of construction of a 32-story building, where we are providing everything standalone. We are providing solar power, which is very cheap these days at 2 rupees a kilowatt. Then doing the water harvesting and then providing water source. Similarly, the sewage system that we have planned is not discharging much of the sewage to the municipal sewers because they are already overburdened. So we cannot think of discharging our sewage water or sewage to the municipal sewer line. So that has, in this process, all these things have been taken care of. Now the thing is firefighting, multi-story building firefighting is not possible through fire tender that we have already available. So we have to plan for fire safety also, because anything can happen in a multi-story building. Then we have to have a very foolproof system of fire safety. That is very important. Then we have to provide lifts. For providing lift, how do we provide power? For this, the three phases of as well as for lighting purposes. So this is a very interesting project, and those who are interested in knowing the other details, they can refer to me. My email ID is there. Now, you see, this takes me to about the reconstruction of old and dilapidated structures. But there are some structures, heritage structures, say for instance in every city, and they are in a dilapidated state. So nobody will permit us to demolish those things. But we have to reconstruct them. We have to retrofit. I believe you know what is retrofitting. So I want to stress on this retrofitting. BIS has published a lot of standards for this retrofitting. This is now being taken up on a large scale by government of Bihar, government of Uttar Pradesh, that how to retrofit the old buildings or some important heritage buildings which are signs of deterioration. Now, how it can be done? Now, this BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard, which was earlier ISI, Indian Standard Institute, they have published a lot of codes to guide the field engineers as to how this problem can be undertaken. Now, this BIS is having the statutory powers because this institute, this organization has been put in existence by an act of parliament. They are having statutory powers, and nobody can say that I will not follow a Bureau of Indian Standard code. So codal provisions are there. In fact, I was also a member of the core group for revision of IS 456. Our civil engineers friends may be knowing that there is code, very popular code 456, which is taught in all the 3 years of engineering to civil engineering students. I was member of that for the revision from 1978 to 2000. Now we are having a 2000 version. You can find out my name is there because I was a member of that committee which was responsible for drafting, for revision of this code. Now what are the main recommendation, why it was necessitated to revise? You see, those who are from urban area like this coastal region, Mumbai, and Deccan Peninsula region, they will find that the buildings which are constructed by the contractor or by the builder or by the owner themselves, they develop cracks within a period of 5 years. They have spent a lot of money in constructing those structures, and they find that the cracks start appearing. Then they are in a problem that what to do, because they have invested a lot of money. So IS has taken note of this problem, and then they revised this. They said minimum grade of concrete should be M20. Earlier it was M15. Now it is M20. Similarly, they have increased the fire rating. See, whenever the fire takes place in any structure, some time is needed for extinguishing this fire, because you cannot immediately douse this fire. So fire rating has to be increased. Now these are the principal recommendations of the ISIS code. But in spite of this, again, the problem has not diminished. It continues. So what happens? The structures which are already constructed have got to be retrofitted to have an efficient use of the structure. In case you don't do this, then you will lose the entirely, because the building will collapse because of the progressive deterioration. Understand this? Everybody listening? Hello? Everybody is listening to this?
Yes, sir.
Is it
Yes,
clear?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So you can ask me a question. In case you have got a question when I am speaking, I don't mind. You can reserve your question at the end also, and you can also ask me whenever you feel. Okay. So now, as I told you, I was member of BIS committee for revision of IS 456. Similarly, there are codal provisions, there are codes for retrofitting of the structure, which is very important, because you cannot avoid retrofitting, repair, rehabilitation, and retrofitting of the structures. So what is this this retrofitting? With this you have to understand. I want to show some. I want to show some innovative, unorthodox techniques for repair, rehabilitation, and retrofitting of old, unengineered structures. See, around 80% of the structure that are made privately are unengineered. That means they are not following the codal provisions, because to save money they do this. Then they land up in this problem after cracks in the building, and sometimes there is a column failure or slab failure. It has got to be attended on priority. So that's why this government is very well aware of this. Engineers are very well aware of this. So they have issued guidelines as to how the structure is to be rehabilitated. Now those things, now here I want to comment on this. Those things are not adequate and are not based on the actual thing which is happening. They have to do something, they have done something. But these are not smart solutions. These are not unique solutions. So I am now telling here that I have developed innovative method how to carry. Now, those who are civil engineers, they will be knowing when we design a structure, RCC structure, RCC is a composite material of cement, concrete, and steel. Composite means there's a steel, contribution of steel, then there is a contribution of cement, concrete. Now, those who are civil engineers, they know that when we undertake the design of a structure, we have to first specify as to what grade of concrete we are going to use. Suppose I use a very high grade of concrete, as is done in America, say M1200, up to in this Sears Tower, Empire State Building, they have used very high grade of concrete. And that's why they have been able to construct these buildings and 60, 70 years ago, and they are perfect till today. How they have achieved? Because they have not compromised on the quality of the concrete that we do. And once the grade of concrete highest ever, then the steel requirement is also diminished. So here, by looking at this, now I came to a conclusion that you cannot enhance the steel which is already embedded in a column or in a beam. You cannot do this, because otherwise this is not possible. So then the only alternative available to you is that you have to improve the grade of concrete. Whether this grade of concrete can be enhanced or improved requires a special technique. So I have used those special techniques of enhancing the strength of concrete of an old building, so that you don't have to provide extra reinforcement. When they do retrofitting, what they do, they increase the size of the column by putting extra steel, then grouting this. So this is a very cumbersome process. The building which is already occupied has to be vacated for doing this retrofitting. So this is very retrograde style of doing this. But IS, because they didn't have any other alternative to do this, so they have given this quota provision how you can retrofit a masonry building, how you can retrofit an RCC building, what are the matters, and suppose the codal provisions while designing the structure, IS 1893, 42 tools, 13920 have not been followed, they are deficient, then you have to do something. Otherwise, it can result into a collapse of the building. So, having realized that this is a very costly process, result in a lot of inconvenience to the occupants, I have developed a special method how, without doing any extra steel, we can improve the grade of concrete, grade of existing concrete. This can be done. Those who are interested, they can contact me how it can be done. I have got a huge experience of doing this in Bombay. I have stayed for around 15 years in Bombay, and those who are from Bombay or coastal region, they may be knowing this problem is very acute, and they are having cosmetic treatment in the form of graniting. If the contractor will give a solution that I will repair this, what he does the graniting. Now this gonite is not going to, and people spend a lot of money because they don't have any alternative. They spend all of money, and after 5 years, they will again find that cracks in the building has appeared. So they have not addressed the root cause, and they have not adopted the scientific method. Grouting is not, gonite is not enough. It's not going to result in any appreciable increase. So what is required is some special method, which I am aware and I have done this, and you cannot escape this. I want to show some aspect of retrofitting. Disaster prevention, retrofitting, strengthening is the key for existing infrastructure. That I already told you that this is the only solution for preventing disaster. Otherwise, building will collapse. Then, why this? Many of the buildings do not meet seismic strength requirement. Design philosophy. These are three design philosophy: resist minor quake without damage, resist moderate quake with minor damage, resist major quake without collapse. Retrofitting required building not designed to code. Code updated with new information, newer design practices. Subsequent upgrading of zone. You see, you may be knowing earlier there were 5 zones. Zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now they have abolished the zone 1 itself. Now we are having start from zone 2. So those buildings which were in zone 1 earlier are now in the zone 2. But they are not meeting the requirement of the earthquake. So another way, deterioration due to aging, damage, and usual wear and tear. Modification of existing structure. Change in the usage of the building. Now here in India, per a study, more than 85% of the buildings are non-engineered and also made of earthen walls, metal walls. So you have to account for this thing, because you cannot allow the people to die in the earthquake. Non-engineered buildings are most vulnerable, and because of huge percentage of such infrastructure, any small hazard leads to substantial loss of life and property. Now, methods are available to identify vulnerability of the buildings. First of all, you have to identify. Then the most vulnerable sensitive buildings as first and foremost, which are these: school, colleges, district, village administrative centers, hospitals, clinics, nursing home, communication center, bridges, and are prioritized for safety. Now, here, you see, I want to narrate an anecdote. This is not anecdote, but yes, this is very important. See, you have to, when you have to do PhD or some research, and then you have to pick up a topic. Now this topic say for PhD in IIT Bombay in 1984-85. Then we were given a choice to go around and talk to the faculty and discuss with them as to what are the topics which they are offering. So there was one professor, Dr. Behrari, and he was not having any student under him for PhD program. he has done PhD himself, but he was not getting any student from civil engineering because he has certain ideas which were not very normal type. And even the faculty members were not supporting him. So I went to him and then he told me this is one of the thing. Because I have gone after serving for 8 years in the department after getting selected through UPSC, and I was working in MES for 8 years, and then I had went to IIT Bombay as a staff. So when he told me the problem is there, in the code it is specified that a fresh concrete, if it is delayed due to any reason beyond initial setting time, this has to be discarded and this to not be used. So a moratorium is put by the ISI. They say no, under no circumstances you should do this. Now this man, our guide, respected professor, he has different ideas. He says, then what will happen if I use this concrete? Then what will happen? We have to find out a scientific and technical, viable technical answer. Now, nobody was prepared to listen to him because they say no. Once BI has specified, we have to do this. And there is no further requirement of any research because it is given by a gospel truth that it is specified in the code. Now, I want to advise those our youngsters that this is not the right approach. You can find out the reason, and you can also suggest measures. How this concrete is prepared with the help of cement and aggregate, and it is a costly thing. And if you tell a contractor or a builder to throw this off, he will not throw this. And the engineers are not always available at the construction site. So what he does? He mixes some amount of water and will use this concrete and place it in the position. What will happen? What will be the consequences? If he puts more water, there will be more honeycomb in the RCC structure. More honeycomb means it will be susceptible to damage because of the environment. The pH value of the concrete will go down. It should be alkaline and pH value should be around 14. Now this, due to deterioration, this pH value to acidic, then your reinforcement will also start corroding. And once it starts, then your structure will have to be returned off. So I like this problem. I told him this thing that which is forbidden by the IAS is violated every day in the field. Because no contractor will ever throw this concrete which is prepared and which is delayed in placing. So I choice, and you will not be able to complete your PhD in next 5-10 years. You will have to go because this man has got some ideas which are not conducive to what is written in the code. I said, okay, but he has got a point and I appreciate this. This is a problem, and because of this problem, we are having these problems later on after 5 years we are having. So we have to find a technical solution for this. So I worked on this and then I submitted my thesis in 1990 and I was awarded PhD. In 1999, I happened to present a paper in the international conference which was held in Moria Center in New Delhi, and where I presented a paper based on what I have done. This was well taken by the community. During the tea break, one of the guys, he came to me, he started scolding me. See, you are you are giving a license for bad workmanship by providing this solution. So I told you this question you should have asked when I was giving a lecture, because the participant were allowed to ask questions. Why didn't you ask this question there? Anyway, now you are telling me that why you have given this solution, that this concrete which is already pre-stiffened can be gainfully utilized. I asked him, what is your position? He says, I'm chairman of some company, I don't remember these days. Then he said, no, we will not allow this. I told him that how often you go to the site? You are not going to the site. You are a chairman and your duty is not to go to site every day. What is happening at your construction site, you are not fully aware. So we have to find a solution of a problem which is most adopted by the builders and contractors, because they utilize the concrete which is defined or which has passed the initial setting time. With impunity, they are using this. So you have to give a technical solution to this. And this is called research. You have to challenge the code. What is given in the code is not that it is the word of God. It is the handiwork of the people, the enlightened community of professors, builders, etc., and they have not taken in account the practices which are followed. You have to provide a solution. Unless you catch hold of a problem which is wrong, which is not practiced 100%, then you which are the code which are available, you have to find out a tangible method by which the result can be expected, by which, so that means a unique solution and a smart solution you have to develop. Now I have this problem in naval dockyard also. The problem of leakage is there. Have got to be attended by a technical solution. This may not be in consonance with the recommendation of the BIS. So what I mean to say is, that you have to adhere to every word of this. There can be, because it is based on the knowledge to the person who have drafted this. I was also one of the member. And there were others also, there are a large number of guys are there who are associated while any data evaluation is done in BIS headquarters Delhi. So you have to, for your PhD or for a student of MTech or BTech, you have to select those things which you find are not smart enough, or they cause the recommendations cause a lot of inconvenience that you cannot adopt. I have cited the instance of IS 456 where they say this concrete has to be thrown off. Nobody will throw off. Then you have to find a technical solution. This is called research. Okay, now I will go ahead because I have to give a smart solution. Now here I have tried to provide solution for flood, rain, river water. You see, we are telling there will be war on water. Everybody is telling now future war will be fought on the water because there is no water. Do you agree with this? There is no water. If there is no water, then why floods are there? You have seen last year so much of flood, so much of damage. Means there is a water but we allow this water to flow to the sea because we are somehow interested in charging the recharge of the sea water. In sea water is so much there that it is adequate for the human civilization for millions of years. So much of water. There is no dearth of water. Under water, we are allowing this water to flow in the sea rather than using this. So I have devised how can we conveniently use this water. So flood, rain, river water harvesting, the flooding causing loss of life and property, recharge of aquifers. You see, you can recharge the aquifers are the natural surface. Our entire crust of our earth is having these aquifers where water is there, and we can take out this water through submersible pumps these days. You can take out water anywhere, and water is available abundantly. There is no shortage of water. I don't agree with this. Always scare the people. Then water shortage comes out water like this. Don't drink, don't waste rather this. So what is required is when there is sufficient of water is available with as a bounty of nature, then you use this extra water to recharge of the aquifer, which you can use through the year round. Now, reclamation of river side land. You see, you find the rivers are there. I am advocating the rivers to be converted into canal. Civil engineers don't know what is canal and what is river. River means natural channel, and canal means we are constructing ourselves. So what I am advocating is the river should be converted into a channel, and this channel by doing this, we can reclaim riverside land, and that can be used for afforestation and development of riverfront infrastructure and inland navigation. And this will be, no, government is not required to invest any money. I am giving this scheme where government doesn't have to spend any money. They have to simply agree. Yes, we agree. We agree. I have qualified surveyors. Means I can prepare. I have been doing this duty of preparing contracts. How these things can be got done from the builders or from the contractors. They will not charge anything, but they will, in fact, they will give revenues. You can draw a program of 30 years. These days, people more are there, and they will spend, they will borrow money from the bank. They will do all this, and they will provide employment to people, and government is not they are not aware of these things. So we have to, that's why choosing this topic, that how we can solve the problem of poverty, unemployment, and revenue. We can earn revenue. Large areas, you know this river, in Assam, and in Odisha there is a Brahmaputra. Yeah. Brahmaputra river is there, and I have seen in near Dibrugarh, the span of the river is 23 kilometers. That means in 23 kilometers you are not able to utilize it because the water is there always. So why can't you make a canal there? And these days, all the infrastructure dredgers which were unheard of earlier, they are available to do this job. And you can reclaim at least 20 kilometers of area on both sides of the river. Okay. You see, we have to find out viable work which help in infrastructure development, because you have to do infrastructure development, then only you can provide employment to the people and you can earn the revenue. You don't have this money. I know, because we are not having this money, and government is not able to pay the salaries of the employees because of the constraint of funds. So this will continue. You have to find out something for infrastructure development, for providing the employment, and for earning revenues. Revenue is required. See, you pay taxes, income tax, GST, another thing, because this revenue is required, because there are some agencies which don't generate revenues. Say, for example, defense. The large part of our revenue is spent. Is spent means is wasted. Means it's not of any use. I have purchased a aircraft, and means I have invested so much money, and this is waste. I am not earning anything out of this. So but I cannot ignore to equip my defense forces. So I have to spend money. I need money. So from where I get this money? If I if the government raises this petrol price, then there is a halagola all over the country that petrol has become 100 rupees. So from where the money will come? The government need to do work so that a revenue, constant flow of funds is there. So I have suggested this infrastructure development through construction of sea link canal and seaports, just like Suez Canal and Panama Canal, from east to west coast passing through the central India for inland navigation of ships and cruise vessels in the hinterland, and to dissipate flooding of coastal areas due to tsunami, and at the same time raise the water table of the surrounding areas. Now, we can think of construction a sea link canal from Gujarat to Bengal, and this will pass through our hinterland. It will pass through this Madhya Pradesh, our Chhattisgarh, and to our Maharashtra. So, if it is provided, it will give the benefits that I have listed here, and this work can be done provided government agrees, and they don't have to spend even a single price. The only thing, they have to provide a contract where the contractor will construct this sea link canal, and he will earn revenues. You may be knowing these ships are cruising through Suez Canal, and they are getting money. And the distance between east coast to west coast, now at the moment we have to go via Sri Lanka, because we cannot go between Sri Lanka and India because of the Ram Setu. So we have to take a detour. Suppose I have to go from Surat to Calcutta, I have to take my ship beyond Sri Lanka and then come to Calcutta. Now this distance can be shortened, and because this will provide a huge revenue once it is constructed. You can use this canal for entertainment cruise. You can do some studies on this. Then I have picked up these programs because these are very important and will of immense use for our students to do a project and for the faculty also. Rationalization of present design and layout of flyovers built on highways to provide only one axis of providing adequate side distance. What we are doing, that we are providing a small where this small entrance from this one side to other side, and rest of thing is at a huge cost. And we are on national highway, you have seen at every 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, they are providing this access for the villagers, because the villagers are on both sides and they don't want to permit this crossing of the state and national highways. So this is what they are doing. They are doing unmindful of the damage which they are causing. The present highway without providing adequate side distance, resulting into frequent accidents. Not only this, and failure of the retaining walls. Failure of the retaining wall, which had happened recently in one of the south state. The retaining wall to retain earth has collapsed because a truck was going very close to retaining wall, and because of the pressure, this retaining wall failed, and it may have resulted in some accident. So rather than dumping this earth there and permanently wasting this space below the flyover, we can make a gainful use of the space below the bridge. And this area can be used to earn revenue till eternity from the vacant doing two types of flyover. One is that we are doing on stilts, the other is that we are filling unnecessary. So my problem is this is not a very efficient solution. So we have to find a unique solution to tide over this problem. We have to earn revenues from the land that we have wasted permanently. Now, you have seen we are building national and state highway at a very fast rate. Very fast rate. So, but we are not able to gainfully utilize the government land on both sides of the highway and railway lines. And this land can be used to produce solar, wind, biomass energy, power, arboriculture, planting of fruit bearing and high value trees, and effective utilization of potential of stray cattle. You see, we have made highways for commuting to very fast speed. But what is happening? The stray cows are coming there, they are getting killed and they are causing accident. So some solution has to be found out for this. Now, what the government of Uttar Pradesh has done, that for Go Raksha, they are paying for upkeep of the stray cows. They are paying. And my model is that there is no requirement of paying, rather I have to take money from them. I will take care of the stray cattle to avoid this dangerous manage on high speed, and I will earn revenue. Only thing that I have to draw a contract to utilize all these resources, because I don't have to allow encroachers to occupy this land. You can give this topic to your student for this thesis or project work. Similarly, construction of skyscrapers for commercial use at railway terminus, and you can earn huge revenue. You see, railway station is a very convenient place, connected from all, because people are going there. A very convenient place to develop into a commercial hub. And we don't require, because the land is already occupied by the railway. So above the railway lines, we can create structures, and these have been done in some places. I have seen there in US. I have seen a Union Station is there in Chicago, and multi-story structures are created there for commercial use, because that land is available to you free and you can earn revenue. So here some study can be done how we can construct a 20-story or 30-story structure at the railway stations. Similarly, you see at airports, because we teach this airport engineering to our student of final year civil engineering. So I happen to see this huge land is available at airports, which is lying vacant because they cannot do any building there because of the flying hazards. So without affecting the air operation, we can use this land by installing solar panels, filter media structure for rainwater harvesting. You have seen the airports, the airfields are the air operations are suspended for quite some time when there is a huge, because the entire runway gets inundated. No, to avoid this, what we can do rainwater harvesting on the sides of the runway, main runway, because you cannot do anything on the runway, but yes, land is there between the two runways and taxi track, and that land you can gainfully utilize for rainwater harvesting. Similarly, we have got airport buildings are there. They are singly or double-story building, but we are not able to take advantage of the roof. So here, this is now everybody is now aware. Roof covering sandwich with solar cells of terminal building at airports can be best used to generate solar power. Now we have advanced to such an extent in installing this solar power that our cost of production of 1 unit of electricity through solar power is ₹2 only, cheaper than hydro electricity and thermal electricity. So we have to make efficient use of the available resources. Now, solving the problem of water logging and inundation in built-up areas by installing floodwater harvesting structure in low-lying pockets flush with ground profile. In Hyderabad, they have taken up this work before last year. I have seen there used to be a lot of flooding. Water will go to people's house. This problem was there. Then we suggested then that we can harvest this flood water. How harvest that we can fill our aquifers with this flood water by having a appropriate filter media structures. They have done this, they have been able to solve the problem of inundation. See, as I discussed this earlier, that we have planned a 32-story buildings in a prime location, and where to make it viable, we are not overloading the municipal sewers. We are utilizing the sewage water which is available from the 32-story residence into we are making efficient use of this. We have thought of installing this geo-discharge sewage treatment plant. In most of the hotels, big hotels, this is being done. In Bombay and other areas I have seen, and there is no load on the municipal services because the sewers which have been laid are very old and they cannot take the any load. So there is overflow of water. But if you can use a efficient system, then you can avoid this problem. Effective utilization of space below water tower. You can find in every city that we are constructing overhead water reservoirs. Now there's a lot of space available below this, and depending on the height of the this reservoir, we can create 3 or 4 story structure there, because we are using columns, we are using bracing at every 3 meter height we are doing. So what we need to do, only lay the floor slabs, which will ultimately help in strengthening the columns, because due to diaphragm action of the slabs at every 3 meter, and at the same time I am providing accommodation to house the people as well as say stores, anything for this it can be used. So what we are doing in this, not utilizing this space efficiently. Now I come to academics, and what should be our aim? You see, we want to raise the standard of our education. We are not able to do this. We are having this new education policy and this thing, and they are not adequately addressing this problem. We have to become at par with the international universities, and these days it's not a problem at all, because net is there. We can find out as to what subjects are being taught, what is the curriculum, what is the syllabus of this subject being taught in US universities. In suppose you want to know what is being taught in design of structures in US, we can know this. And you see, I will narrate one example. I was principal at NIT Nagpur, and this NIT Nagpur was affiliated to Nagpur University. So when I joined there I had 3 missions. In fact, there are 3 missions that I want to ensure that my student tops the university. One. The second was that I want to achieve 100% result. And third was that I will provide the employment, the placement. So these were the 3 things which I had envisaged, and I told my management. The owner of that college was Mr. Anil Deshmukh, the present Home Minister of Maharashtra. He asked me to give a presentation that what is your vision and mission. Though I told him that my vision and mission is this, and I will achieve this. The yearly trip that you are doing, that you are sending these guys to all over the place to solicit admission, is a very negative thing that is being done. In IITs, you have seen, there is so much of competition. There is so much of competition to get into this JEE and this admission to IITs. Why can't I make my institution at par with the IIT? I can certainly make this. How I can do this? Because I have to raise the standard of our curriculum and syllabus. Our syllabus of the subjects should be of international standard. Difficult. You see, in the university, when I was vice chancellor of Simla University, then I came across that this vice chancellor, the university has the power given by the UGC to revise the syllabus. They have to upgrade the syllabus through board of studies. I student from around 30 countries studying in Shimla University, APG Shimla University. Students from around 30 countries were there, and they are calling that we are international, but the students were not convinced. Student from other countries, they have come there, somehow they have managed to bring them there, but they were highly dissatisfied with the standard of education of Shimla University, because they say the standard is very low. So how it can be done? Because I was I met some student, or some student met me, and they complained, sir, you are because your syllabus is very cheap, very of low standard. So then he said, now you have the power to revise the syllabus so that we are at par with the university of the developed countries like US. I told, yes, it is a very good suggestion. So I told the management that we are to upgrade ourselves to international standard of education, not international standard by having a student from other countries. This is not enough. So through board of studies, we can do this, and we can hold this board of studies at every year. Now I was narrating the experience of this Nagpur University. When I joined there as a principal, I asked the librarian to give me a syllabus of the university. Then he brought a syllabus which was 7-year old. I said, I want the most recent, it was in the year 2012. So I said, and the syllabus that was following was 2005 or 6. I asked him, then I advised you go to university and bring a fresh copy of the syllabus. Then he came again and he says, this is the same, sir. Then I happened to meet the vice chancellor of the Nagpur University in one of the programs. I said, what is this? Our student can never ever compete with IIT student, because our syllabus, even if he secures 100% mark, he will not be at par with this, because, and for this he is not responsible. For this you are responsible. He says, no, we have tried several times. What is there? Several times. You have the power to convene a board of studies. And in fact, if you are not having a sufficiently educated person, simply follow what is being taught in US universities. Who stops you? Because you have the power. But they will not do this. So here I am telling that our vision and mission should be to adopt best international standards and practices to achieve world-class state of education in India, and that is possible provided we become allied to the problem of this, because our student is not able to do. He is the guy who is worst affected. How this can be done? You see, in US universities, since ages, they are having this open book examination. US university, they are having open book examination. In IIT also, they are having this. In 1984, when I took admission in IIT Bombay, I have to clear some course credit requirement, and I have to appear in 2 subjects. The teacher asked me whether you would like to have this open book examination or a standard of examination. I said, what is it? At that time I was not aware. He says, I will prepare a question paper where you can have the access, you can bring any number of books here, and then you have to answer this. So this choice is there with you. Now I said, okay, let me try this open book examination. So he prepared the question paper, gave to me. I appeared in the examination, and this fellow went away. There was no individualization because it was a open book examination. So here in open book examination, there multiple choice question we have given through Google form and other methods, and where you can really test the ability of the student, provided you are very particular in giving those questions. It depends upon the understanding of the faculty, because he has to work very hard for this, so that a person, because ultimately what we are doing, ultimately we are doing open book only. In our professional working system, we are already following this system. Where I was a designer, I have designed buildings up to 32 stories. I was associated with the approval of the design of Antilia of building on this house of Mr. Mukesh Bhai Ambani. So here, when we are doing a design, we are referring to the books. Whatever we have studied, we are refreshing our knowledge there, and then we are consulting this course and we are consulting this book. So what is required? Suppose I have not studied in BTech or MTech and I am called upon to do this, I will not be able to do, because I don't have I have to have a library of topics in my mind. Yes, this particular thing is available there, and I can make immediate use of this. In engineering examination in BTech also, our system, university system, we are providing courses to the students, 456, IS 800, IS 13920. These courses are provided to the student in the university examination. So it is a partial open book examination. They can make you this. So why you want to compel the student to cram this? He can cram this, but after say 1 year, he will just forget what is required. But he should know where this is available. So that's why we are providing this course. Why we are providing course? If we are against this open book examination, I have successfully implemented this system in my professional career of over 50 years. See, these courses, whether you are a lawyer or you are any technocrat, you have to always refer to your books. Without referring to the book, you cannot do this. Okay, so foolproof plans, programs, and strategy to banish poverty and unemployment from India in the next 5 years at no cost to the exchequer have been developed through research and development. That I have so far given you, and if we follow this program, and all the government has to agree. Government has to permit. Government has to agree to lift the standards of our living of our people. In case if they are interested, then we can do this. For executing these on ground, the government has only to issue Gazette notification for adopting international standards and practices being followed by all developed countries. Government has to agree. We don't require any fund from them. Simply, they have to agree that we want to banish poverty. We want to make our people healthy and prosperous. Then only we can do this. Now I want to share some other. I was telling the course. This course, 4326, earthquake radiation 13920, 13935, seismic strengthening measurability. These codes are there. Now, they have got the force of law because they are statutory because the IS has been established through an act of parliament, and we have to follow this. But these are not the self-sufficient, and you have to invent very ingenious methods because they are very costly. They are very costly, and somehow it is not fun. But you have to follow this. See, I was talking about the retrofitting of the structure, and I told you that in case I can increase the strength of the concrete, then I can even compromise with the quantity of steel that I have used. Because they say you have to provide extra steel. If you have to provide extra steel, that means you have to do a lot of dismantling, lot of work there, and people like cannot do. So I devised some very innovative method how to strengthen a column and beam. It was done. And it was established. Yes, we have done this because for establishing this, that the strength has increased, we have got the method of NDT, non-destructive testing. In situ, we can find out as to what is the strength now. So I am telling that since I worked for 15 years in Bombay, I came across so many things, I gave solutions, and then we were satisfied because yes, we have achieved this. Okay, so thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Goyal, for this wonderful presentation.
Now, if you have got any question, if you are having any question, you can ask me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now I'll invite the participants to put forward their queries. I request the participants to kindly raise their queries.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. You're audible, sir. So in case the queries are there by the participants, kindly put forward. You can unmute yourself also, and you can ask sir any doubt, or you can write in the chat box also. I have already shared the attendance link as well as the feedback link. So this will help us to improve our services better. So participants are requested to kindly raise their queries. As such, sir, the feedback is very informative session, and Dr. Piyush has said, and Dr. Sebi Dhalam has also said the same thing, and Dr. Dilip Kumar has said nice informative lecture. Dr. Manoj Kumar has also said this, and Dr. Ravneet Kaur has also said this. So, in case any query is there, I request the audience to please raise their queries. They can unmute themselves. So, I request all of you to please switch on your camera so that we can have a group photograph. So, can you just also switch on your camera? Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. This is requirement of AICT. So, I request the participants to kindly switch on their camera for a group photograph. Dr. Goel, you are not visible actually. So kindly switch on your camera, sir. Sebi Dhilan madam, please switch on your camera so that we can have a look at you. Dr. Goel, your camera is not visible, sir. Am I audible to you, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the participants. And now our next session will begin at 12:15. Dr. Bhim Singh sir will be taking on the next session on teaching aspects, research methodology, and technical writing. And he is at present a professor in Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi. So I'll request the participants to either stay connected or rejoin at 12:15. Sir will be delivering a talk at 12:15. So on behalf of Poornima College of Engineering, sir, I thank Dr. A.S. Goel, sir, from SRGI Jhansi for delivering this talk on providing smart and unique solutions for accelerating enhancement of infrastructure, environment, and revenue at no cost to the exchanger. And the PPT has already been shared with the participants. I suppose you must have got it. And I have also shared the PPTs of Dr. Jalpal Singh Ruby sir, and Dr. Bhim Singh sir, and Dr. D.P. Kothari sir. So, and Dr. Subhash Mokchandra Mukhopadhyay, he's also shared the PPTs. So you can just go through them because you will be needing that for your quiz, which will be held on the last day. So I request you to kindly go through the PPTs because quiz questions will be asked from the PPTs itself. So thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Goel, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Actually,
you.
some problem was there in the internet. I am open to discussion and answering the queries of the faculty members.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Any
sir.
questions?
Yes, sir. So, as such, there is no query right now. They have just said that it
Okay.
was a very nice session. Dr. Mr. Devraj Meena has said, and Dr. Sulakshna Patil has also said. The feedback and the attendance link has already been shared. Again, I will send it to you. So you can just put your attendance as well as the feedback. So Sushil Kumar sir is also saying nice session. And Chandrakala madam is also saying nice session. Salim Ali sir is also saying a nice session. So kindly put your attendance in the attendance sheet and the feedback in the link, Google link, which is provided to you. So we will rejoin at 12:15 because Dr. Bhimsen sir at present is busy with one lecture at IIT Delhi, and he will be coming online at 12:15 because his lecture gets over at 12. So I'll request the participants, in case they would like to ask any query at present from Dr. Goyal, they can raise their query. Lekhraj sir, you want to ask something?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. You may put forward your question in the chat box also. You can ask sir also. He's online right now.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And the PPTs have already been shared in the group. I suppose you must have got it. So most of the speakers have already shared the PPTs, and it is available in the group. And the MCQ questions for the quiz will be from the PPTs only. So request you to kindly go through it. And in case you have any other query, the email IDs of the resource persons are already shared in the schedule. So you can write to the resource person directly, or you can contact us, no problem. And we'll be able to, we'll try to clarify all your doubts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Have a nice day.
Okay, sir.
Take good care of yourself.
Yes, sir. So our next session will begin at 12:15 by Dr. Deem Singh sir from IIT Delhi, and he'll be delivering a talk on teaching aspects, research methodology, and technical writing. It is a totally non-technical topic, and it goes well with the theme of the HTTP program, which is a 6-day short-term training program. So sir will be delivering the talk. He'll be joining us at 12:15. So I thank the participants as well as our resource person, Dr. Goyal, sir, for joining us here and delivering this talk. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I inform the participants the next session will begin at 12:15 a.m. P.m. So kindly check the timing. The next session will begin at 12:15 and it will go on till 1:45. And our third session is being taken up by Dr. R.B. Saini sir, from who's a professor from in Department of Hydro Energy Center at IIT Delhi, and he will be delivering a talk on R&D projects for rural technology interventions and innovations. So sir will be delivering the talk on R&D projects at 2 o'clock till 3:30, and next session will begin at 12:15. Just a 10 minutes, 15 minutes break is there.
हेलो अफसर शिवराज सिंह बोल रहा हूँ। मैं ये कह रहा था दादा, आपने ये एलन दास जी का जो भेजा था ना मुझे मेल, ये तो ऑलरेडी एडेड है। ऐड है एज ए पैनलिस्ट। हाँ नहीं, अब इनका और करना है क्या? मतलब आपने मुझे भेजा है तो क्या करूँ इसका? तो मैडम कल ही ऐड करवा दी थी। है हाँ तो नहीं, एक मिनट होल्ड करो, आप एक मिनट होल्ड करोगे ना? हेलो कौन? राठौर सर, क्या हाल चाल है मालिक? बढ़िया। सर मैं कह रहा था जो एलन दास जी है ना, उनका जो ईमेल एड्रेस है ना, वो मैं आपको कॉपी बताता हूँ कि आप मेरा मार्गदर्शन करें। क्या करें? मार्गदर्शन। दरअसल नहीं, मार्गदर्शन। देखो एलन दास है सर, एक मिनट। डॉक्टर, हाँ सर, डॉक्टर एलन दास है, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर। हेलो, तो ये इनका है आईडी, सॉरी आई एम आई सॉरी एलन दास ces.iitb.ac.in। हाँ दोनों से एक करूँ? नहीं, दोनों में नहीं हो सकता सर, उनका नाम 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 वो है ना, तो फिर वो हो जाएंगे। चलो कोशिश करता हूँ दोनों करने की, ठीक है? मतलब ये क्या नाम, अपनी हेल्प करने आए हैं या आपको कंफ्यूज करने आए हैं? रुको, फिर मैं एक बार कोशिश कर लेता हूँ, अगर दोनों में से कोई भी हो जाता है ना, मैं बता दूँ। हाँ वो तो हटा दिया, पहले मैं बोर्ड मेल कर रहा हूँ उनको। एक मिनट होल्ड करो, हो जाता है ना दोनों ऐड हो जाते हैं तो देखते हैं, वो तो जाना चाहिए। कोशिश कर लेंगे एक बार, क्योंकि नाम एक जैसा रहेगा ना। ये तो बस सर, बस जो एक मिनट वहाँ पे किसी को वो सर ऐसा वाला लगता है ना, ऐसा वाला है उसको दोनों लगे हैं, उनको सिस्टम चालू करना चाहते हैं, उसमें ये करना होता है। दादा हो गया सर, बोल देना उनको, ठीक है? याद करेंगे आपको दोबारा, और कोई भी काम जो पेंडिंग बता ठीक है सर? आपके कपड़े जितना मुझे रिश्ता करना है और नेक्स्ट से मुझे उसकी हाउ टू अब बदले और है ना जब आ जाते हैं नहीं ब्लैक आपको कुछ नहीं है अब ये नहीं तो हो जाएगा ये बात तो है क्या पूरी बात कैसे बोलते हो बुक करवा जाओ मेरा सुनी ये तो रेवा जो आप लेना ही है कोई और ही कर लो यार ये है ना मुझे यार ऐसे हो रहा है अच्छा तो ये और हम मोबाइल ना एल ओ बोल दो एफ दिस इज यूज मोबाइल 5G एफ दिस अरे वेबसाइट एफ दिस ये सारी यूज़र आपका अपने यहाँ पर सर्च कीजिए उसके इस जगह ये थोड़ा सा ऐसे ये बुक कराओ यहाँ पे जाएगा आपका नाम है ये डिपेंड this is cool ये जगह है ये देख लो इसमें उल्टा उल्टा वीडियो ये पहले ये सब कुछ उल्टा देगा ना मैं इसको उल्टा वीडियो बैटरी शॉट है सात हजार एमएच पूरा चार्ज ये तो एक ही हेलो कौन बोल रहे हैं? आप बताओ। मैं आपको डालूंगा बैंक वाला पासवर्ड ना, एक बार में करा दो, मैं 3 चक्कर लगा दी बंदे ने, प्लीज मैं हमारे लिए हाथ पे होता है प्लीज। नहीं आप चेक कर लो ना उसी टाइम पे, उसी टाइम चेक कर लो एक बार। क्या सही ये चलो भी दिखा दो। हाँ मैं बेवकूफ हूँ, मैं तो मैं ये नहीं करूँगा, क्योंकि ऐसा करना मैं जैसे एक कोने से दूसरी कोने में आने जाने का हालत खराब हो जाती है। मैं तो बेवकूफ जैसी बातें करता हूँ, लेकिन आप एक बार में दोनों चीज हो ना, सब चीजें अच्छे करिएगा। चलो ठीक है रखो आप। मैग्नेट देखना आता है क्या आपको? नहीं मतलब फोन तो भी आपको पढ़ना पड़ता, वो तो आप सुनो, आप सुनो। अरे मैडम जल्दी नहीं कर रहा, तो ये बोलो ये मैग्नेट आपकी ये सिर्फ सामने है क्या है? तो एक बार ये जो लैंप केबल लगी हुई है इसमें, जिसमें राइट क्लिक करो एक बार आप करा, ये जो छोटा सा ट्यूब आता है सिस्टम क्या नाम है ये नेटवर्क वाला, नेविगेट वगैरह यहाँ पे करते हैं, इसमें राइट क्लिक करो। राइट क्लिक करोगे तो आएगा ओपन नेटवर्क एंड इंटरनेट सेटिंग। हाँ इसमें क्लिक करो। इसमें इंटरनेट आ रहा है, ऐसे लिखा हुआ इंटरनेट ये आ रहा है, चेंज अडेप्टर ऑप्शन वगैरह कुछ आ रहा है, इसमें क्लिक करो। लोकल एरिया आ रहा है, वो उसको क्रॉस आ रहा है, ये क्या आ रहा है? नहीं 11 है ना, और वो क्रॉस बढ़ रहा है उस पे, उसको राइट क्लिक करो। अब इसमें स्टेटस आ रहा है, इस पे क्लिक करो। अब इसमें ये आ रहा है जनरल बिल की डिटेल, इसमें क्लिक करो। अब यहाँ पे जो फिजिकल एड्रेस आ रहा है ये मुझे पता है, मतलब ये भी मतलब इसकी मंथली मंथली बताओ। हाँ F8 हाँ 0 F फॉर एट हाँ 41 हाँ 33 हाँ 65 हाँ 4 इंग्लैंड। मैं दोबारा रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, F8 0F41 33 65 7E 7E। मैं चेक करके बताता हूँ आपको ना।
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Dr. Himani Goel Sharma, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, welcome you in the second session of day 4 of AICT sponsored short-term training program, which is being held on the theme Developing R&D Culture in Educational Institutes through Project-Based Learning, which is being held from March 1 to March 6. So thank you all for joining us here. So our second session of the day is being taken up by Dr. Bhim Singh sir from Electrical Department, IIT Delhi. And sir has joined us and he'll be delivering a talk on teaching aspects, research methodology, technical writing. So welcome you sir here. Dr. Bhim Singh sir, I hope I'm audible sir. Sir, am I audible sir?
Yes, you are audible, madam.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Welcome you, sir, Dr. Bhim Singh, sir. Sir, welcome to Poornima College of Engineering in online mode, sir.
Yeah, madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry to be late because I have just finished my own lecture. Okay, for which I am getting salary. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. So before formally welcoming you, I'd like to introduce our speaker, sir. Although he doesn't need any introduction, Dr. Bhim Singh, sir, is a professor in Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi. And sir has received his BE in Electrical from University of Roorkee, IIT Roorkee, which is now at present IIT Roorkee, in the year 1977, and has done his MTech in Power Apparatus and Systems and PhD from IIT Delhi in the year 1979. And in 83, he joined the Electrical Department, University of Roorkee as a lecturer, and then he became a reader in 1988. And in December 1990, he joined the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, as an assistant professor. Then he became an associate professor in 94 and a professor in 1997. And Sir has been ABP chair professor from September 2007 till September 2012, and he has also been CEA chair professor from October 2012 to September 2017, and he's been the head of the electrical department from July 2014 to August 2016. And Sir has also been the Dean Academics at IIT Delhi from August 2016 till August 2019, and he is a JC Bose Fellow of DSC Government of India since December 2015. Professor Singh is the chairman of BOG Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology Bhopal since 3rd July 2018 for 3 years, and non-official independent director NTPC Limited since 17 July 2018 for 3 years, and he's been the CA chair professor since January 2019, and he has guided 95 PhD dissertations and 168 MTech projects and filed 71 patents and co-authored and authored number of books. And his area interests include solar PV grid interface systems, microgrids to name a few, and he's a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Indian National Science Academy, National Science of Academy, National Academy of Science, and fellow of IEEE and FIET, FIE, to name a few. And Sir has received the Khosla Research Prize of University of Roorkee in the year 1991, recipient of JC Bose Bimal K. Bose from the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, that is IETE. And he has actually had an outstanding career spanning over a large decade, and Sir has been the chair PES IES Delhi chapter for 2005 to 2010. So without wasting any more time, I would request our DY HOD Dr. Praveen Sonwale sir to formally welcome you with a e-memento sir in this COVID time, sir. So kindly accept this e-memento sir from our side.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Yeah, very nice.
This is for you.
Okay, thank you. Very
On
nice.
behalf of Electrical Engineering Department, Poornima College of Engineering, in this 6 days STTP Developing R&D Culture in Educational Institute through Project-Based Learning course, I welcome you, sir, by presenting this e-memento. Please accept it
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Accept it. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So the session is yours now. And I just request the inform the participants. Sir will be delivering a talk on teaching aspects, research methodology, and technical writing. So your PPT has already been shared with the participants. So you may proceed with the presentation, sir.
You can see the slide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yeah. So it's coming the full slide. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I have been asked to. I think. Thank you very much, Imani, and thank you, Professor. I mean, inviting me for. I mean, this talk. Okay. Typically for effective base. Typically, you can call it project learning or all this. Like I mean, so let's go directly. Typically for teaching aspect, research methodology, and technical writing. I mean, like, so, well, this is the slide which usually I consider quite important that how the learning retention rate is there. And we consider the lecture is supposed to be one good, but you can say there are other methods like, so you have a first lecturing, which have already 10% impact. I mean, you can of course have more than that, but that what average student can retain it. Then reading, audiovisual, demonstration, discussion, practice doing, and then teach others. If you teach, then certainly you have to retain around 90% of the typically your content. Like I mean, so this pyramids start for an average. I mean, student, and plain lecture retention is only 10% if we talk about. And before retaining 75 or 90% retention rate with either two last two ways, one have to go through the rest one or many way of learning. And you have a, like all these subpart topic which was mentioned in the slide. Start from lecturing, then reading, audiovisual, demonstration, discussion, and design and thinking. And then of course the first, like I told you, like how much you can retain. Probably, I mean, it can be sometime retained, depends on attention of the listener, that to lecture that or presentation. Usually the which are factual material, direct or logical manner, and useful for covering underlying concept, principle, and system, and contains experience which inspires to the listener, and it stimulates the thinking to open discussion and future study, useful for large heterogeneous group which have a variety in a short span of time. But of course, it has a limitations that expert are not always the good teacher, and evidence sometimes are passive. Learning is difficult to gauge, and communication is only one way. I mean, there is no feedback at the end, only something. And this is during COVID period is more the tough, like you can consider it, and provide opportunity for the listener for independent thinking. The of course for preparation needs some clear introduction or summary, and need time to contain the limit to effective, and should include example with antidote. Involve audience at least after the lecture, and audience can question, clarify. The limitation of time may limit the discussion. Quality is limited to quality of questions as well as discussion and background of the listeners. And of course, require that question should be prepared for the discussion. So next is the reading. I mean, of course, I mean it should be linked with the lecturing. I mean, independent reading is little difficult. So foster independent learning is skill, and allow learner to typically to progress at its own rate. I mean, and enhance other learning experiences, and provide opportunity to learner to obtain the. These are the positive aspect. Allow flexible individual schedule and self, but there are limitations that may be limited, disconnected from immediate objective, and may be difficult to identify access appropriate material. And computer-based material are time consuming but expensive, and to develop may lack complexity needed for more advanced learning. Another is the typically the worksheet, survey, and self-awareness exercise. Allow the people to think for themselves without being influenced by others, and people inside provides insight how the learner think, react, scores particular topic. But certainly, thought can take share, but can only a short period of time. And preparation facilitator have to prepare handout and self-awareness. Then the flipped classroom basically involved encouraging a student to prepare lesson before the class. That is typically, the and student prepare a topic at home so that the class of next can be devoted. Sometimes that's the reason student ask in advance the material so that they come prepared and can have a little time for the discussion also. Like, and the videotape entering the teaching content and raising keeping group attention looks professional, stimulate the, but the limitation can raise too many issues to have focused discussion, and discussion may not have a full participation because only few people can participate, like also, and need to prepare equipment effective only for. Then the computer simulation certainly can portray reality situation. I applied in my teaching this computer simulation, even a single engineering problem, if you are able to convert into the simulation model, you have to learn A to Z, the every part of the system, then only you can model it, not only probably the basic of it, but the control of it, like then what the, different parts need the kind of equation and model of it. Of course, nowadays you have many tools like a MATLAB tool, so you can develop the model very quickly, or there are some demo available which you can modify according to your modeling, like, and can do the computer simulation for engineering problems, like. So this has also become very effective now with the available tools. But of course, tools may be expensive, but sometimes these tools are easily available in most of the engineering institutions, at least, or even in non-engineering institutions, like. But of course, that is the limitations is only told how to typically have a costly software and simulators and access issues, like, also, and sometimes they are linked with the mainframe resources, so sometimes net issues are also there, like. Another is the demonstration, that is typically like you introduce the problem situation dramatically and provides opportunity for the people to assume role of others and appreciate another point of view, allow exploration of solution provides, but this all includes the personality and individual interaction, like. So typically the role playing, the people may get too self-conscious, not appropriate for large group, and maybe many people feel threatened because they are not participating into that, and trainer have to define problem situation role explicitly, like. So report back sessions means allow the large group discussion of role play just to give a feedback whether the people have following or not, also, and give people a chance to reflect on exercise. Each group takes responsibility for its operation, and limitations can be presented if a small group something, and preparation of course have to be. So another is the typically the gaming, but this can be exercised only for the smaller group. It cannot be applied for larger the group, like. So typically, like, so you have to generate the, typically the motivation among the people, like, also, and of course the limitations about the group, and typically the feeling. So it could work industry use that because they may not be having very large group as far as their exercise is concerned, like. The another is the discussion, like a panel discussion, which the allow the expert to present different opinion and can provoke better discussion than one person discussion, which normally we have sometime in many conferences and workshop, that the experts are there, they put the opinion from different angle point of, and then there may be some input from the, but of course you can call it, it also have a very limited, like, depends on the speaker advice. So expert may not be a good speaker, and personality may overshadow the content, and subject may not be, because you may not be able to present the entire what the really content are required, like, and also. Then the brainstorming, that's another way of learning, like listening to exercise that allow creating, thinking of new idea, encourage the full participation because of it. And draw the group knowledge and exercise, and split cognitive in created. One's idea can spark for other ideas, and of course the limitations can be unfocused and can need to be limited, not very long, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, because you can pay attention for that duration only, and people may have a difficulty getting away from known reality if it is not facilitated. Criticism may occur in that case. Well, the class discussion, this also sometimes quite good, but in this also, pool ideas and experience from group, and effective after presentation, of course, film or experience that may be analyzed, allow everyone part to participate and active. But the problem is again, all these can be of a limited numbers can be exercised, of course. that I mentioned, like not typically optimally people say not more than 20 people should participate, and people can dominate others. Of course, little time consuming if you want to involve large classes or large people can track, and of course you require a careful planning. I mean, like or guide the discussion, like. And of course, the another way is like your case study, developing analytical and problem solving skill, allow the exploration or solution for complex issue, allow the student to apply their knowledge and skills also. But this also may not be relevance to own situation for everybody. I mean, depends on the background also. Like, so that is about like learning, teaching, learning process. I mean, there are many ways, and now it's coming to like a introduction to research methodology, which normally, typically you have in every institute now research methodology for the purpose of research. I mean, a separate usually course is there, but how effective the course, that's important. Like, I mean, also. So we start from why to do research. I mean, like typically, it. I mean, like important is like okay. I mean, at the outcome you consider that okay. Basically, people understand it is for publication, which give you really your stamp on it that it is your outcome of the research, and validate the to validate institutions, and you improve the method or knowledge. And of course, another is that typically for the, I mean, it give your added value for the certainly the better job, or typically in that way why the research is required. So research define and describe. The research is a systematic approach for obtaining the confirming new and reliable knowledge. I mean, that is sometimes asked even the evaluation process of your sometime PhD, that what is the new knowledge developed and all that. And can be a systematic and orderly, followed by a series of steps. The purpose is the new to develop new knowledge which must be reliable or well verified, not just to have occurrences. And this general definition which apply to most of the discipline. Like well, research is not accidental discovery which suddenly appears sometime and may not be repetitive in nature. The accidental discovery may occur in a structured research process. Usually takes the form of phenomenal not previously noted, and may lead to a structured research process to verify and understand the observation. Well, research is not the data collection, an intermediate step, but research may need the data collection, intermediate step to gain the reliable knowledge, and collecting reliable data is a part of research process in some of the discipline. I mean, also, well, maybe like you are in power system, you have to collect the data to test your algorithm. Even the research, typically most of the, typically you can call it a lot of I mean, search engine and all that, they need a data for testing their algorithm, how really they're able to enhance their utilization as well as the sale of different also. So all those are the knowledge development. So they require a lot of data like for testing the algorithm. So typically the part of the research, which is not the research, is the searching already the existing work or published research result, which you can get now. Earlier we supposed to get in library, but now you can get on internet because most of the publishing house, or you can call it like they already have on their website. But of course, you or your institute have to pay for that. The important early step of research to do, we call it like a literature survey. I mean, the research process always include the analysis and synthesis of your topic. I mean, you have to, and by just reviewing the literature is not the research, because many people get confused that after literature survey you should write a kind of review paper. Normally, the review paper should be written by the expert who has done work, reasonable work in that area, and understand the work of all the people, those who are already working in the world, and what is the relevance of individual work, and to highlight and nothing to miss. But the beginner certainly can miss many of the things and may not interpret properly about that. So research typically can be after doing the literature survey, then you have to plan for and searching for explanation of events, phenomena, relationship, and cases. What, how, and why the things are occurring, and are there their interaction among them, and a process planned and managed to make the information generated credible. The process is credible and it is circular, always lead to the more questions like. So all well designed and conducted research has potential applications. I mean, especially in engineering, it is very important that you have a potential research for either typically like concept is that you develop the product, or you are doing research on part of the process which really improve the process, or really, I mean, many example I can give in that kind of or you improve like a either economy or you are really improving the process. I mean, some kind of engineering solution you are able to enhance into it. Like the user not trained or experienced in the specialized methods of economical research and reasoning. Researchers often do not provide adequate interpretation and guidance for application of the research. Researchers are responsible to help user understand research implications because you are sometimes too much buried in your research, so you are not able to interpret how the research can be applied probably in practice. Like I mean, also because research is always little bit much ahead than their application. That is the main. I mean, cause time many people got confused like how to apply this research. Like I mean, well, as a whether it is a public good, like public research is a public good, maybe more rigorous or objective because it is subject of more scrutiny, and private research may also be rigorous, but the research on a company product may not be questioned as a bias research, like as a because you are using for your own purpose. Well, we can classify the research. So before classification, must define type of research, and different criteria are used to classify the research, and all these are somehow arbitrary and artificial. So there are major classification of research is whether it is basic research or applied research. Of course, in engineering we mostly do the applied research, but sometimes, of course, like in science, they have to do like a basic research. So basic research to determine or establish the fundamental facts or relationship within the discipline or field of study and develop the theory, like example, maybe economics or maybe physics or chemistry, and apply is undertaken especially for the purpose of obtaining information to help resolve a particular problem. And the distinction between them is the application. So because applied research, of course, lead directly to application. Basic has little application to real world policy and management, but could be done guide the applied research. Like maybe the basic research may be responsible to really to give a starting for applied research. Like also. So it depends on disciplinary or subject matter and problem, like a solving research. I mean, this is the concept given by Johnson in 1986. Whether what is the basic research, like a disciplinary knowledge, development of disciplinary knowledge, and what is applied research, like typically subject matter knowledge, problem solving. But they are linking together, of course, problem solving or maintenance research. So these are all under the category of applied research, and of course the users. So applied research can be directly maybe related to the usage. Like so discipline is the design to improve the discipline and dwells on theory, fundamental relationship. It comes under the basics like research and procedure and technique. In economics, the intended user or any other economics and provide conceptual and analytical base for economic research. It's a synergistic and complementary with subject matter and problem solving research. Provide the foundation for applied research, and circular as applied research reveal the shortcoming of disciplinary research. Example, some economic theories like supply, demand, supply chain, price, elastic, consumer productivity. Subject matter research, like is a research or subject of interest to the decision maker, and tend to follow subject matter boundaries within the discipline. Inherently multidisciplinary drawing information, of course, it goes more the typically like a applied research, and typically provide policy makers to have a and make the to design the many and primary source of policy application for policy, typically in kind of economics, like example. And problem solving, that is typically for applied research that design the to solve a specific problem for applied decision makers, and often results in recommendation or decision making. Problem solving in a holistic and disciplinary research is generally most durable. Problem solving for like or analytics or descriptive, these are also typically like your applied research. The attempt determining, describe or defining the identify something, the intent to often synthesis which pulls knowledge or information together. Analytically, the attempt to establish why something occurs or how it came. On all disciplines generally engage in both. So methodology and define and describe. The methodology and methods are typically sometimes is incorrectly, they are not interchangeable. Methodology is the study of a general approach to inquire in a given field, and method is the specific technique, tools, or procedure applied to achieve the given objective. So research methods in economics include regression analysis. This is just an example with the economy. So contrast research methodology typically in economics, the appropriate research to economic. While these are different, they are independent as the science and research are related. So typically the process initiated with the question like as a first step, and next is the goal or objective to define. Like you just initiate the research while you do the identification on a subject matter, then you find out the objective, how much problem is already solved and how much you want to do it, and then the research design developed to achieve the objective, and results are generated for conducting research, and then interpretation analysis of the result too. Also, that is the process of research you are going. So this is the process of research. You can call it how it goes into the one step to another steps. Like and serving the purpose. Like what for this research is there. Like also. So it's a typically like you have to build up the question or develop the problem, then formulate the goals, plan the design research, then generate the research result, and then interpret the research result also, and go to typically applications what you for you are doing the research. So creative in the research process. So research is a creative process. Once you are involved in the research, you sometimes forget about the your day-to-day life also. So research includes more than one more logic, includes insight, genius, group pondering, and the logic we can touch. Typically, the art we cannot, and research queries requires at least work the best with imagination, initiative, institutions, and curiosity. So there are different types of creative characteristic of different situations, like applied or theoretical, may closely associated with economic research. Like the fostering creativity that is given by lad in, I think, gather and use previously developed knowledge. That is what we call it, like a kind of literature, that how people have done it and what they have done it, how they solved the problem of even our other area also sometime. And that is the reason you might have seen the lot of computer algorithms. They are typically cited by a lot of people because they are used in many of the areas, like as they applied. Apply directive logic, look at the things alternate ways, and question on challenges, assumption, and search for pattern and relation. Task it can create, cultivate tolerance and uncertainty. Allow the curiosity to grow, set the problem aside, because there may be many ways to solve the same problem. Like write down the thought, and frequently I do not know what until I write, and freedom from distraction sometimes. Creativity may provide the difference between the satisfactory and outstanding research. Well, choose a subject for the research. So basically, you have to start from on an idea based on experience and based on your reading and originality, and then you have to take a study of a design like a case report, case series, case control study, cross section, correct, and perspective comparison, prospective comparison. Like so, define your objective. That is the first step for your research. Try to keep your these objective as simple as possible, and the more variables, then the more difficult. And however, use the opportunity and get the step. To get that, of course, you must have a senior colleague to discuss with, as well as experienced researcher. Like so, this may be senior colleagues means in the sense you are maybe the co-researchers. Like sometime of course there is some limitation, but you have to be very careful to confine for performance. Then we go to literature, sir. Once you have decided the objective and idea, then you have to see the literature that how much is done on that particular to see if your idea is original. Look for a new slant or to present. Maybe sometime you have to modify your objective. Try to get full typical article, read the references, and most of the vital when you are writing up, you need all those. Okay. So typically for writing out, write down the introduction and methodology you require for entire this literature to know the state of art, and give the people to read to check the major flaws and get it at you may get the help at this stage. Like so typically basics of the protocol, things where you start writing the paper, write introduction method in detail, and look into ethical consideration, because you should not miss from where you have really taken a concept, or this will certainly quote the originality of the method what you are doing and what is already done. Analytical method in detail, and the typical kind of the studies, the assignment of role and projected time for completion, get equipment before you start, and get ethical approval and get funding. Like so that start the responsibility for the study, data collection or accurate testing and measurement method, and stick, because something cannot be verified any other. So you have to give a confidence to the reader, say yes, this is yours and it is the right interpretation as far as sample size is concerned. Well, coming to the writing the paper, after doing that, there are two reasons that you should your paper are rejected when you send it. One is about content, another is the format. and get a copy of the journal which you want to publish in a similar article, detail instructions. That is very important before you going. I mean, like even the typically like a tailor want to make a suit, but he had to keep a mind in mind that the sample what you want. So it is very important that you have to look into some of the paper of your area in that particular journal. Then only you can probably build up your concept. So your paper is a reviewed by expert once you submit it and get help before sending it away. So reading a protocol of a paper or offering advice does not entitle one become to an author of a paper. So, well, as far as authorship is concerned, should be directly involved at the work. Sometimes even a concept is now asked in many of the journal. They ask it about typically what is your contribution, and of course, it's not a typically what they call it like a that you are just offering authorship with I mean without any input of it. Like I mean that's called courtesy authorship. So they ask it's not a courtesy of authorship you are offering to somebody like. Then protocol development, actual performance of the study, interpretation of result, and writing up. Like this is some why you the authorship is really requires some of the your effort. So all the author must be fully responsible for the study. And that is the why it is important to be involved fully into the work. So first to read and follow. So read and follow all the format guidelines. Be sure the journal is suitable for your research. Keep in good communication with the co-author. Keep the proper, clearly organized and place of information in the correct location. And be sure you know the existing research and cite in correctly. I mean, like while you write a research paper. And the research paper, choose a topic, read the papers, have a technical writing and then oral presentation. That is normally what we do for conference paper. I mentioned like normally I to start researcher we have a conference which asks the digest of 5 page. I mean after doing the work student can typically the researcher can write that 5 page digest. Once it accepted you have to build up the paper of almost by 50% more content to 6 page, couple of columns and formatted, and then after that you have to after conference presentation, then you have to write a journal paper. So this process takes around 1 year, and people are able to understand. So this typically the how the research to write a research paper like you write an introduction, which with the answering the questions that what, why, and how, and then literature review, state of art you call it, then methodology you write about the methodology, then preliminary data, then a statement of the limitations, and then conclusion. Like so, in all you have a why, what, how, and why. I mean these are the typical questions you have to answer yourself. I mean while you are writing the paper. So in research purpose you have to that we already mentioned many times. So choose a topic, read the paper, have a technical writing and oral presentation, and potential topic which may be in our area, like these are the some of the topics, and then research policy to the topic, read the and technical writing and oral presentation. There are of course for good paper sources like conferences, okay, which in our area like IEEE and IT they organize the conference. Then the journals may be IEEE transactions which considered as a benchmark, or IET journals, or Ishamiya or IT journals. So and way of reading the paper you have to look into when you really read the paper while doing the literature survey, or you define the paper of your area that why this paper is published. That something you have to really mark out of it, that what is new in that it is already published, whether it is limited publish or whether it is really something. So usually the cited paper either they are a very weak paper or they are very sound papers like also. So help related work can help finding more references, and the speed reading, read the layer to it. It is interesting. I mean, otherwise the whole paper reading. So you have to start first. You have to read the abstract, and then you have to read the conclusion. Then what you need like a process. So you can read the text if required for. So read the first sentence of every paragraph to get idea of the paper. Read the whole paper if it is worth to it, and you must have a questions in what is the problem have been in that particular, what is being done, how well did it perform, what are the bad aspect of the approach, and how could you make it better. Like well, this is same about the research process. I mean the technical writing covers the specific information and technical subject to audience and specific. So no stiff word and fixed word where the reader, and that is about the technical and creative writing, the difference between the two. I mean like so content should be factual and straightforward. Audience are specific because you have limited not journal content. It's not like novel. Purpose is inform and instruct, and style should be formal and standard according to your, and tone should be objective, and of course, and vocabulary should be specialized and then organized in sequential and systematic compared to the creative typically kind of writing. So you have to make a balance between the two. So the challenge too often technical writing has a flat style, making document difficult and tedious to read. There are no reason why the technical writing should be live, lively and interesting. So real challenge is to express complex idea in simple manner. And that's the reason sometimes the many people feel like a paper we write it that they can understand according to. Of course, there are issues related to language also. I mean, so the characteristic of effective writing should be it should be clear, really understood by the intending audience without an ambiguity. It should be accurate. It should be correct. It should be comprehensive. Okay, with all information and concise and complete. Of course, many things are contradictory, but depends on the section which you are going to write it, and accessible also. Well, tip one is identify your goal to understand the type of a technical report you are going to write. For example, the brand approach concept requirement and write down your specific aim while you are writing. Then the tip to know about your audience means to whom you are writing this like information you are going to pass on. Match your content. If you are in doubt, aim the simple approach. Include if appropriate several alternate levels and define your terms well, with the technical writing, you must present your information so reader can extract the main point without necessarily reading the whole and easily find the information that interests to them and quickly observe the crucial information. Therefore, structure should be make the use of headings, subheadings with a consistent number and do not refer information by reference numbering because that disturb the reader virtually. To itemize the whether possible and use the textual highlighting the emphasis also. For example, if you are important, if it is important to structure your document well, so you should make use of headings and subheadings because that wastes the less time for the reader and reader that can appreciate your idea of presentation also. And you must structure your document, make use of headings and subheadings, which I was mentioning, and do not refer to information by reference alone. Otherwise, the reader feel discomfortable. Then he will go to the reference and come back to. Only expert should see okay what is in that. To use the examples, use illustration, use flowchart. I mean, because that will waste the less time for the reader to understand quickly your ideas also. And the question is it should be short and simple. Avoid long sentence that present because you might have a lot of mistake, grammatical mistake or otherwise, and it's difficult to understand by the reader. So sentence should be as small as possible, but less word and information, and then it should be short and simple, and use active voice. Passive voice takes little tough to understand, and you show the agent activity like passive kind of. So it must be active to operate the system, and then the kind of entire summation how it is your tool should be the presentation here. So identify your goals, know your audience, structure well, clarify, illustrate. These are the all now the total as a summation for by your writing tips to requirement like not a design, atomic or worldwide achievable, and an art for different creative writing typically, and cohesion, the presence of knowledge that keeps the flow from one sentence to other and try to match the word with others, and coherence. So more to coherence, the share the problem with the solution and cause a small surprise, cause reader to feel knows everything but not historical event. Define a problem, but however share with the content has our condition. Typically, the defining the problems, for example, and type of the problem, whether it is practical happening in real world or it is like conceptual happens only academy relate to how to think also. So many things in our area is a real happening like what we are doing like in solar energy, but like in a computer or some area which are conceptually difficult to understand otherwise. So depends how you are going to. And then type of ordering, whether it is chronological or you are putting in coordinated manner. And of course you have to be careful about abbreviation. You have to define properly the abbreviation so that like at the right place, so that if one want to verify, that's the reason sometimes abbreviation is asked at the start of the paper. I mean like, and that is about the typically the for technical writing structure like a subject, then sentences, and then the paragraph. And then typically the sections like abstract introduction. I mean, most of you might be aware that how the different sections are the papers like, and you have to answer the questions also. What is the problem? Why the problem, and what is the solution for it? And conclude and feature your work, introduction and background for credibility also. So these are the questions you have to answer in your writing technically. Then you have to write methodology, then your kind of experiment, or then result discussion, interpretation about that, and then you have to typically conclude. To avoid to use, whenever in technical writing use the we, I, or you. Okay, normally, and you know to say also the logic and avoid the verb to use. So there are many things which are not in technical writing. I mean, these are the about the tips for that you should avoid these things in the writing, like, and avoid the cut paste. All those things are, I mean, important. Like, I mean, also, so these are the some kind of important issue you can, when you have a time, you can just think about that you have to avoid while writing them. And about the research process, so that is already we mentioned that okay, choose a topic, read the papers, then read the look into technical writing of it, and then the presentation, how it is, slide making, and so also. So these are the some of the typically kind of related to presentation skill, how good the your slides are there, how you are presenting, color coding of the things like, I mean, also. And this already we talk about related to the presentation of your research, as far as presentation of like a conference paper, like you have to speak and talk. Do not typically the read the text, like, I mean, people don't appreciate that, like, I mean, while you are presenting the papers, like, I mean, so. Well, how to write good paper? Why I have given an example of IEEE. They are considered reasonably benchmark. Maybe IEEE conference paper or journal paper. So usually we advise to start with the conference, then go to for journal once you have a little bit experience about it. Because in writing a conference paper, number one is the size. Sometimes you have to write only digest of 5 page, then the paper of double column 6 page, then the journal paper of 8 to 10 page, 8 page, and then after revision goes to 9 to 10 page. So in this process, normally most of the people learn about it. Like, I mean, also. So well, the what is the benefit of publishing with the IEEE? IEEE is one of the in electrical engineering considered the benchmark publishing house, and you can easily collect even the IEEE Explorer. If you really put a single keywords, you can find out a lot of literature related to and how to publish and role of impact and plagiarism. That is also very important. Like, I mean, also. So benefit of publishing with the IEEE. IEEE already give a lot of literature that why the authors IEEE authors seen to be the best and brightest today, because that's considered the benchmark. There are three major reasons: with findability, credibility, and flexibility. Because this make you to learn. Like, I mean, typically the topic you put it, you will get the entire typically so many result on one topic also. That is the way. So how much do the researcher IEEE explore? An average of 7 million documents each month are downloaded. That is the data they have on 11,000 downloads in single hour. Like, that is the, I mean, you can think about the different kind of, and they are linked IEEE relations with the different others publication, or with the Google, or I mean your web of sciences, like with the Thomson Reuters also. And of course, you have even a IEEE open access also. Most of the societies, they have a lot of society in IEEE, so they have started now typically either the journal with the two society or open access, means like typically that it is available without any cost also. And day by day, of course, they charge the author for that, but the tendency has started coming that every society have a one open access journal. So even IET totally going to open access. They are going to ask, I think, after 3 months, asking the author to pay. Like, what builds author credibility? Because you make a stamp for. So for more than 125 years, IEEE have trusted successful researcher and academia, corporate and government. And past and present IEEE members include nearly 2 dozen Nobel Prize winning innovators. That give kind of benchmark. I start from IEEE. I mean, like. Uh, which people are associated with the IEEE. So these are kind of the association of the lot of association with the top five esteemed publisher, and the review process of high quality. And typically, IEEE publish can connect the authors with other leading voices. I mean, like your innovator, researcher, libraries, all others, and a milestone directly to the credibility of the content. Authors add more than 100,000 articles daily, like, and nowadays very interesting. You might find out your early access also in that in your area. So that is whatever published within a when what is already accepted within 1 week, it could directly come to you. The flexibility in publishing process. So IEEE have like a 200 journals and 1600 conference annually. I mean, like also and IEEE based workflows like a, how it is now. I hope most of you know they have a Scholar One manuscript where you have to submit the your I mean your paper or so, but you have to look into write journal and write typically the conference of your, and of course they have a author toolkit also, so you can toolkit, and there is a like a 51-page document that how to even write the references, like so there are template for conference, template for journal, but you can see some paper, latest paper of that journal that also give you some idea as an example, like also. So these are I mean typically kind of process how it goes through. I'm like, so it's a quite good experience. I mean, maybe author of IEEE people need to find in you, they need to trust you, and that is the motivate to return. So IEEE online connection, the most essential information for engineering researchers today in electrical, electronics, computer. I mean, a lot of connecting areas over this. So you can find out more than 5 lakh members in 160 countries, like in electrical, computing, electronics, communication, biomedical, and publishing conference, and typically interacting with the membership. These are the some those who have been associated with the IEEE, like maybe Thomson Edison, as well as the Graham Bell, and then typically like a Nobel laureate of year 2000, typically, and lot of, I mean, typically the like Kumar Patel in IEEE Mandara. These are something like a recognition, virtually you can call it, and how we define the value, depth of content, quality content is strong. Nowadays, even a kind of people perception typically on the quality of your publications into this IEEE. So IEEE have a lot of journals. IT was part of it. Now IT is separate, open access, which published from UK now. Earlier they were together. Now it is separate. Like so they have a, like a paper more than 50 years. I mean, okay, and best 30% of the literature, and these are the some of the scope of typically of IEEE, you can call it, like a lot of areas day by day one including, and widely recognized quantity like 9 top of electrical engineering to journals. So these are recognition how these typically got is there. You have to look into the information around how it is flowing in academic, corporate, government, or to and different part of the world. Like I mean, so that's the reason they define the 10 region, and we are the 10th region in India, like typically. And typically, I deliver 2 more million download every month. That is already I mentioned earlier, and the pricing based policy kind of things, like and how the 5 key areas driving IT typically for about the storage and all that, and then there are societal political package. I mean, this how the total IEEE is there, and you can have a researcher today with the IEEE Explorer, and then you can have a overview of scientific publishing, like why the researchers publish, to register discovery as a made by them to a certain date, like a priority, and to get their research quality stamped by publication in journal or your discovery, and you are not what you publish. Let the peer review to peer people peers to know that what they have done, attract recognition, reward, and collection to leave the permanent record on research, lasting recognition, and immortal. And role of, I mean, this is something how the process goes. So when you submit the paper, it goes to editor chief. What he had to decide, he had to pass on to typically to the in a process of this, and then the editorial board, it goes to the editorial board and goes to the peer review to the through associate editor. You may not be knowing, only editor chief you know, but he pass on to associate editor or associate editor, and they pass on to the reviewer, like so. And then the what is the role of this publisher, like editorial management, then final business management, production, and all that, like and how to publish with IEEE. I think most of you might be aware. Okay, there is a lot of IEEE typically practical where you would like to publish and prepare your manuscript, submit your article, and there is a review process. It time, every journal have time, but of course there are, I mean, sometimes you can get very fast, sometimes you can have. So depends like which kind of evidence you have is like, or you have open access you want to publish, but you have to pay for open access also. And this is how manuscript you might have gone through, like to search typically on IEEE Explore with the topic you want to put it, like in our area, like maybe a power electronics and how to go the style manuscript you can typically download and submit, and search about author editor. So all you can clearly see online. I mean, maybe if you are not downloading at least information, even if you are not member, you can see all these information submission also. So it's not necessary that you should be member to publish it. Okay, this is the procedure how you are going to about your manuscript central, and then the review process. The in the assignment now, like you submit the, then the editor chief then goes to associate editor reviewer, reviewer accept the task, then review back, and then it come back with the recommendation for editor chief, and then either revision or rejection, and finally it gone with after revision also. So accept with the consolation, or accept with minor revision, or resubmit or reject. Like, I mean, these are the, I mean, decision editor chief or process takes place, and finally it comes to. And also, once I accepted how you have to prepare, that instructions are also there. Well, another important part in the your research is the impact factor. So all journals have a different impact, and there are some tools like ISC Web Sciences which give you the impact of typically of your work. Like, I mean, what is the impact, or what is the H index, author H index? Like, I mean, I hope you are aware that H index is that how many paper, how many times cited. Like, I mean, also, I mean, by Web of Sciences, or there is now Google is another typically which consider more, because you open access. Web of Sciences you have to pay, Scopus you have to pay. I mean, Google you know to pay. You can quickly see the, when if you have a Google Scholar account, then certainly all the things got go on linking. You have to be careful that nobody else stuff is there in your Google Scholar. So that is your responsibility to, if you have made a Google Scholar. So there is impact of the journals. It's only how much quoted, how much used by other people, that really quantifying through the impact factor only. I mean, about the journal. I mean, so you will find SCI MGO, that's a site about the all impact factor of all the world journal. You can find out the impact factor correspond to that. So this is the procedure how it is calculated. Okay, about that, and that give you kind of impact factor, give you the level of the journals, how it is received by the other researcher, and what is typically like a and typically the status of the journal, like also like in Web of Sciences you can make a search, I mean, like, or typically about your one or subject one or papers or authors, all you can see in like ISO. But this is of course the paid. So all the IEEE you can look into what is the impact factor, total sites, and all those data are all available easily without even if you are not a member or you not to. But these data you can clearly see about online like. But of course, Web Sciences is a typically the paid also. So that is how it is calculated. Your impact factor also, site divided by number of recent like so of course criticism that goes with the impact factor. Okay, many people really don't like about, of course, there's a kind of difference of opinion about that. Then another factor is a eigen factor, that is also now as a terminology for level of typically related to the level of the journals and all that, like or the score to you, and written here like a what is the 5 year impact factor, what is the eigen factor also. So SCIG Mago, I was telling about all the journal about country rank, everything is related to typically that. So you can see all the journal on ACI Mago. I mean, depends on the area and all that. So this is typically the snapshot from there. You can just look into, if you are more keen about looking a journal, your journal, maybe IEEE or other journals, to look into their ranking and their impact factor also. So that is all available. And then H index related information. There are many other sites also other than Google also. I mean, which take data from Google also about the H index calculation also. But of course, you have to be careful about like your information which you are going to see there. So this is from Web of Sciences. You can clearly see how the last 20 years display your citation and or paper citation like H index. You're seeing H index about 21 about typically either for typically department or individual author or for institute. All these H indexes for all, either for Web Sciences or Scopus. Also, Scopus it follows more in typically like India. Scopus takes conference and journal, but Web Sciences normally take the journals only, and only classified journal, not all. That's the reason sometimes people believe more on Scopus, like also how the impact of there. But Google is like a, another is the publisher Paris software, and that is very famous in Europe. They take the data from Google Scholar only and analyze it in a particular manner for your academic community, like I mean also. And harjing.com is the industry which free of cost they provide the software for this publish and perish like okay. Also, so that is how it is analyze publish and perish software like H index and individual paper also of yours. You can clearly see about the like kind of things from those software. So these are something like a Scopus. Then you have a Web of Sciences and then Google Scholar via publish and perish. So you can clearly see about your particular individual authors the what is the status. Usually, I've seen all are not equal, which are shown here, but usually Google Scholar is the highest, then your Scopus, and followed by the conservative your H index on the Web of Sciences. Like so that is typical example like how it is typically for on different topic wise also the also. Of course, ranking of the journals is also related with that. Like you can clearly see about that. So that is about. But the very important is the plagiarism. I hope most of you might be aware. IEEE have already like different level of punishment for different level of even typically to give an overview of plagiarism in IEEE citations referencing style. And this is about how what is the meaning of plagiarize, like steal or pass on the information. They have a document already there. You put the plagiarism word, and there's a software to check it. They have a I authenticate. Normally in India we are using like a turnitin software for checking. Because unknowingly also sometimes you might be having some words or some sentence from somewhere, so you will not be able to know. Because sometimes many time you have a same style of writing. That's the more important. Like so, I totally recognize the importance of educating its author, editing, and so even when you submit the paper, they check the or what called similarity score. We call it to quantify the plagiarism. Like also, so that is the what is the plagiarism? That is all defined like how you really taking a stuff from somewhere else, like also or stealing. So they consider it as a kind of crime of different level, and there are of course different level also of it of plagiarism. What are the issues like related to? It's considered dishonesty. Academic world and fraudulent kind of cheating or stealing, mispresentation, deception. So that is typically the policy of IEEE, and it may cause the plagiarism may call serious offense. Like okay, that is something punishable on an academic community is very very serious. Like also, and concepts are maybe financial liability. Like maybe possible legal action or typically you lose your whole career even like does the plagiarism apply to books and journals? Yes, it apply to all. Like here, so all published distributed material is subject to the same rules of plagiarism. Like so, or their degree of plagiarism? Yes, there are degree of. I totally have a. For example, I'm giving an example, but all the publishing have a different level of plagiarism, and they have a different level of punishment. Like also. So that is the level one. Notice of violation of publication. Prohibit provision of publication for 3 to 5 years. Okay. So level two, publication of notice violation, and your typically provision 1 to 3 years. Then the level three. Okay, offering this is a and level four, and then level five. So they have a level five. Like kind of. So how we can avoid the plagiarism? So two important factor if author want to use the text or chat. There is a way how to avoid. Intentionally, if you are doing, then certainly you are punishable. But unknowingly, if you are doing, then these are the the way factors are obtain the written permission if you want to use the material like also. So that is avoiding the plagiarism. The all procedure are given. Okay, consider that. Okay, also. So how do I report the plagiarism? If you are IEEE author, certainly you can write to. It's written to your editor chief also. So there is procedure given even IEEE website also. You can just go through that. All publishing house like how I can get more information about plugin. So there are website available. When IEEE these different keywords. Okay, you will once you put in Google, then you will get all these like or intellectual property right. So this is related to you have to be very careful about that and how the referencing and acknowledging to avoid the plagiarism. Like also, because you may be doing honestly, but sometimes you may not be knowing like about the typically that is about the style of authorship, how it goes to the different citation report, multiple referencing. The writing style for IEEE publications and typically handouts, reference list. There are 51-page document for how to type the references in IEEE, like how to type books, journals, reference papers. also. So that is about related to your referencing style also of IEEE. Book, journal, papers, conference paper, I mean, all are given there in 15-page document, like, I mean, and how to code. Of course, little deviation is there from one IEEE transaction paper to another IEEE or conferences also. So this is related to plugin, like we call it universal ethical values, honesty, integrity. You have to very important in publishing and research ethics also, objective also. Okay, I mean, like we already mentioned about what should be the thing, and guiding principle also in the research, like that's more important. Like student activities related to the research, like how. So these are some of the important aspect of those, like of different kind of the groups, like in that of ethicalism from about the consent was not taken. So that is also, so honesty and ethics are very very important in research, like also, and many people got trapped in these. So you have to be very careful. I mean, you should look into such kind of documents which are available now in public domain about that, like also. I mean, what is scientific? So you might be having very tense situation sometime, lot of issues of about that. So this is related to that only, like so because it had to be related to that. So with this, I would like to conclude. If you have any specific questions, I will be happy to answer. Yes, Himani, back to you.
Sir, I'm here only. Sir, I'm here only. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So very nice presentation on ethics and other techniques that you have uh, told in this lecture, sir. And I'm sure our participants will be benefited with this. And especially I was writing about this H index, Web of Science, and IEEE also is having this platform where you can check the journal impact factor. So I'm sure our participants will be benefited because this conception is there, sir, amongst the participants that only an IEEE member can access this and find out the impact factor. So as you have rightly said, it is available to one and all, and you can just check the impact factor, which is there, and this will be an authenticated thing. So definitely, our participants will be benefited with this. So now I request if any of the participants would like to ask anything about this session. So, Dr. Piyush, would you like to ask anything, Dr. Piyush? If you can hear me, Dr. Piyush, are you there? And
Hello, madam.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Respected sir, thank you very much for this wonderful and informative session, sir. Sir, we are as a researcher, we are always finding the answers which you have provided in in very simple language and to the point, sir. Sir, thank you so much for providing this very informative session and information in a single document, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very
So if I
concise.
don't have any major question is there, okay.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Amit, would you like to ask anything?
No, sir. No, sir. Yeah. Thank you, madam.
Sir has given the information in a very concise manner and precise manner. So I'm sure this information will be useful to you. This you can access this IEEE web of page and H index and either you publish or you perish. So this is how you have to see because all of us now, as you know, NB accreditation and NAC accreditation is compulsory. So for that we need to have publications also, and all of us have to work towards it. So that is the reason this session was very important, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for delivering this talk. And definitely, sir, the feedback that we have received is that very commendable thing, very informative session, and all the information has been provided in a very simple language, sir. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you,
So
Dr.
thank you, Himani. Can I leave now?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
for
you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, can I have a group photograph, sir, before you leave? Sir, if I with you, sir, all the participants, I'll request if they can switch on their cameras, sir. We can have a small group photograph, sir. Um, Kindly switch on your camera, sir. Sir, Bhim Singh, sir, your camera is not on, sir. I request the participants also to please switch on their camera for a group photograph. Dr. Piyush, would you like to switch on your camera? Dr. Bhim Singh, sir, आपका camera is not on, sir. If you could kindly switch on the camera so we can have a group photograph, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. And please give your feedback in the attendance in the link which is provided to you. Thank you, Dr. Bhim Singh, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So I'm sharing the link of the attendance and the feedback. So please submit your attendance as well as the feedback. And then we have now the last session, which is going to be taken up by Dr. R.P. Seni, sir, from IIT Roorkee. And he's from Department of Hydro and Energy Center. He'll be joining us very shortly. And his research topic is R&D projects for this rural technology interventions and innovations. So meanwhile, you can submit your feedback and attendance. The link is already provided in the chat box. Thank you so much.
चलो ये तो हो गया, ये भी हो गया। अब चलो भाई काम करो। अरे भैया चलो ये भी हो जाएगा, ये तो कल भेज देंगे।
Sir will be joining us very shortly in 5 minutes or so. Dr. Amit Naik, your mic is unmute. Yeah, please mute yourself. So I'll request you can go
Hello,
to the. Yes, sir.
Yes, madam.
You had some queries, sir?
No. Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the PPTs have already been shared in the WhatsApp.
Yes, madam. Thank. That's why I thank you, madam, for sharing PPT well in advance so that we can read and
Yes.
understand them. Thanks a lot, madam.
Yes, sir. And all the PPTs, whatever I'm getting from the resource persons, I have shared it in the WhatsApp group.
Yes.
And you can just go through them because MCQ questions will be based on this. So which will have the test on the last day as per the ACT requirement. So kindly go through this, and Dr. R.P. Seni sir will be joining us very shortly in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah. Sure, madam.
Yes, his topic is on R&D projects for rural technology, interventions and innovations. So, sir will be joining us shortly. Meanwhile, you can submit your attendance and feedback, sir, in the link
Okay,
which
ma'am. Yes.
we
Okay.
chat
Thank you,
box.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
टोनर लेके जा रहा हूँ दूसरा ना संजय कुमार सर प्रोफेसर दे दो ना लिखो इसका ये ना दे दो इसको बता दीजिए नीचे रखना खा के हाँ नीचे रखो ना खुले हुए ना पहले चिल्लो ये जो माउस ने दिया था ये कहाँ है ये ये तो उस वाले पीसी पे है जो सिलेक्टर वाले था उस वाले पीसी पे है कितनी है कि हाँ देखो देखो ये कर लेंगे नहीं आई तो ये करो वो नहीं है कितना ठीक अब मैं गया था किसी काम से तो फिर सर ने बोल दिया
sir. You too, sir. Formally welcome you. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. We have our last session speaker, resource person with us, Dr. R.P. Saini, sir. He's a professor in Department of Hydro and Energy Center at IIT Roorkee. And sir has joined us from IIT Roorkee. We welcome you, sir, here.
Thank you.
So, before we welcome him formally, I would like to give a small brief introduction about Dr. R.P. Saini, sir, although he doesn't need any introduction. Sir has obtained his BE with the Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanical from University of Mysore in 1982 and Master of Engineering and PhD in Mechanical from IIT Roorkee in the year 1989 to 96, 89 and 1996 respectively, and presently he is a professor in Department of Hydro and Renewable Energy, which was earlier called as Alternate Hydro Energy Center, IIT Roorkee. And Sir has a research experience of 34 years and he's been working in research areas of renewable energy like small hydro, solar and wind. And he's also working as an MNRE Chair Professor Renewable Energy for Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India since 29 July 2019. And Sir has published about 340 research papers in international journals and national journals and conferences, books and manuals also. And Sir has guided 27 PhD theses and 142 MTech dissertation, including mine also from IIT Roorkee, sir, and 66 MTech projects. And he has got about 270 consultancy sponsored projects which have been handled by him. In fact, a huge amount, and they had made this alternate hydro energy center completely independent from then University of Roorkee, now which is IIT Roorkee at present. So he has coordinated 35 national and international training courses also, published patents. 2 patents have been published on microturbines, and he is a technical expert for TV programs for UGC and undertook administrative responsibilities at institute level from time to time, including head of the department. And Sir has received the Best Teacher Award of IIT Roorkee in 2012, and he was adjudged as a star performer of IIT Roorkee in 2003 and 4 and 4 and 5. And he was awarded by Bharat Jyoti Award by India International Friendship Society in 2015, Best Citizens of India Award by International Publishing House in 2016, and Lifetime Achievement Award by Venus International Foundation in 2016. And Sir has visited 22 countries. He is a fellow of Institution of Engineers India and a life member of Institute of Engineers Roorkee, International Association for Small Hydro, Indian Society for Continuing Engineering Education, Solar Energy Society of India, Indian Association Hydrologists, Alumni Association IIT Roorkee, and Central Board of Irrigation and Power. Sir, we welcome you here, Sir Dr. Aditya. We welcome you from Poornima College of Engineering, sir. I, Dr. Himani Goyal, we welcome you here, sir, in this short-term training program, which is going to be continued for 6 days, and today is the 4th day, and it is being sponsored by AICD under EQUIS short-term training program on the theme developing R&D culture in education institutes through project-based learning. So today being the 4th day, we welcome you here, sir. And to felicitate you, I invite Dr. Praveen Sonwani, sir, to felicitate you with an e-memento, sir. So kindly accept this.
Okay.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
This is for you.
Thank you.
On behalf of Electrical Engineering Department, Poornima College of Engineering, I welcome you in these 6 days STTP on developing R&D culture in educational institutes through the project-based learning. So, on behalf of our site and a token of love, I present this e-memento. Please accept this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Himani and Professor Praveen. And I'm really thankful to be here, the part of this online interaction with the participants. And as I was asked to just interact with you for
I think based on my experience, I'll be talking about. Of course, this is the third time I'm interacting. This I'm really thankful to Professor Himani that she just I think asked me, and that's why I'm here for that. And I share my PPT to begin with.
Sir, can we have a small group photograph, sir, before we start the session, sir?
Oh yes, yeah, yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. It is our privilege, sir, that you have accepted our invitation for the third time, and we are really honored. I request the participants also to kindly switch on their camera so that we can have a group photograph in the virtual mode. I request the participants to kindly switch on their camera. So it is really nice, sir. We have about more than 185 participants, sir, from all over India. In fact, I don't think we have left any state of India in this short-term training program. We have people from Jammu, say Kanyakumari. You know, all the participants are from all the
Great.
states. So we have a huge representation, and we are really grateful to all the participants as well as the resource persons for coming down to this 6-day short-term training program in very short notice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, participants. And now the session is yours, sir.
Okay,
So
thank you, Professor Imani.
thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So PPT is visible, participant. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
So good afternoon to everybody, and this basically it is very difficult to talk, and this is my third talk, so that means because I don't want to repeat the things which we have which I have already discussed in earlier this short-term training program. So keeping that in view, I uh, just uh, I think the title I have just chosen that R&D projects for rural technology intervention and innovations. Actually, in the title there are two terms, basically the innovations and interventions, and those are directly related, which I have chosen the topic, is rural technology. Because nowadays, even our government is also wants that there's something we should do that in the rural areas, and where there are a lot of scope, especially this uh, you can say the upgradation of their technology which they are using, because it will help them in order to enhance the life of those people. So that is the things, and under this I'll be talking a little bit in general related to this the interventions and innovations and rural technology, and then uh, as a part of this lecture or this talk, I will be just presenting few technology which you may feel that is not the engineering, but I think that type of engineering is required for any engineer, because that is directly it can be delivered to the field. So in general, I think just we know that this the what is the significance of research. So we can define in many ways, but the research is a core element of the mission of higher education. I think research can be taken up, or R&D can be taken up at any level, but I think nowadays that means the our government also, the society also want that there should be the our this course or the our academic activities which should include many things related to R&D, because now that there's so many things that suppose we talk about the science and this basic science, so that means it's okay, nowadays our students or they learn many things, or you can say their exposure is very high, and they can learn many things which we studied in a UG level or PG level. They study that in at school level also. But now that we have to create the environment or the culture in higher education institutions, that of the R&D. So higher educational institutions engage in R&D activities which are playing key role for sustainable development. And I think this term is very beautiful terms, the sustainable development. I think you know the definition of the sustainable development, but I think we should keep in our mind while teaching in the class, so that our students, they should be very much familiar, or they should learn about that, what is the sustainable development. Economic and social development is the key objective of research. That is ultimately what we are doing. We just doing just to serve the society ultimately, so that our societies should spend their life in a very comfortable manner, and you can say that it's the if they are economically strong, the society development is can be. We can think that in all the aspects, our society should be comfortable. So uh, these are the things. Then higher education research as economic driver. I think ultimately this we should create the culture among our students, that not to score the marks and to just pass the degree, but if we ask them that ultimately you have to serve the society. And that is if we know that higher education research as economic driver, why this global economy is of strategic importance in overall national, that everything is related to that. National and regional development led to creation of advanced knowledge, its transfer and economic performance. And the role and mission of higher education is to create research capability and capacity in the country. That is in general the statement, but anybody can read this, can produce in the examination to get the marks, but at least they should feel, our students should feel that what is the meaning of this. And the innovations, application, and knowledge specialization provide the competitive advantage. That's why my just humble request, or I tried to create the environment of this innovation or R&D, because we have to just create the environment that they should know that what is the ultimate mission of the students. That is ultimate mission. I always say that is that to serve the society. And so this is what are the challenges in the higher educations. Sometimes we feel that we have the inadequate institutional infrastructure setup in some this now if I compare, because I visit to many institutes, and their complaint is that, sir, we don't have the infrastructure to create the environment of R&D. But I always say that the R&D, of course, that we need the infrastructure set up for to do R&D, but I think we should not wait to create the infrastructure. We can start R&D activities, whatever we have, because R&D can be done at any level. In particular, I'm talking about some example I'm going to present today, that hardly any high-tech lab is required, high-tech instruments required, just but we can serve the society in a better way through this R&D. So that the last part of my lecture will be, as I just will present some case studies about that. Then we can say the limited scale of the lab scale we have. No, uh, of course we have to be under this academic environment, but I think whenever you get the opportunity to take the students or the this research scholars beyond the lab, so that they can feel that ultimately the outcome of that lab will be put in the field. So that is always, I think nowadays, even uh, if you want to define the sub problem under R&D or the some PhD work to the students, so I think ask him or her that you please think about the society outside the, you can say that in the field, and then identify the problem, what problem they are facing, and then think about that how you can remove that, minimize that problem. So that way, it's a good approach to do R&D. So academic staff without necessary prerequisite, that I'm talking about. Sometimes we in selection procedure, I think sometimes we are very critical about the things, but uh, during selection of the faculty or the staff, we should think about that how he can, or you can say that how uh, that means what is his capability to just related to field work. That is also there. It's not the purely academics. Of course, that there's a parameter to select the faculty or the staff, that we look always at what is the academic record. But sometimes we have to think. And nowadays, I think that is in higher education faculty recruitment. They say that. Depending upon the project, this project, what kind of project is field oriented project or the lab oriented project. So that academic workload tensions, new disciplines without research tradition. So these are the challenges, but I can say that these challenges mm, can be solved. That means by changing our thinking, thought process we can have. This now immediately, because this my talk is confined to the rural development basically. So the points I have put this there, these are very well known to everybody. But the things is that is why I'm talking about that. If nowadays it's a, our the focus, the government focus is to for this the projects related to the rural development or the in villages or remote areas. So that rural India is the most ignored yet rawest part of this country. Of course, it's there, but I cannot say that this statement is true, because nowadays there a lot of development is going on in the at the village level also, and there are more than 6 lakhs villages in India, and the development of these villages can about the overall development of our nation. Why I'm giving this figure is there, I think it's available everywhere. But why I'm talking about that, at least we should, when we start R&D, we should feel that there is scope of the outcome of my this R&D or not. So that means there's a lot of scope. That's why I'm telling repeatedly, saying that you the government, even when you submit a proposal, let me tell you that, because I have been the part of the review committees of the proposals, research proposals. So that means immediately nowadays we just look at the title of the project, whether it's catchy. Catchy means it's really related to the field oriented, and then just to understand that okay, this is there, and what will be the deliverable. So that if the deliverable uh, is field oriented, or within a short period, that your R&D outcome is delivered to the society in a short period. So that these are the points we look at that. So we give the maximum priority, or the, you can say, the ranking for these projects. So that's why I'm telling you that please, when you submit the proposal, so those you think that it should be the outcome of this, it should be this within short period, it should be deliverable to the society. So for all such kinds of progress, it is essential that latest means of communications and up-to-date information on agriculture. And now I think there's no problem of communication here, but this because rural area, the main occupation is related to agriculture. So we can think about that. Innovations, health, and hygienic reach the villages. So these are the some points based on that we can think about the development of rural area through our R&D project. So this is the things now. There's a lot. I think very few schemes I'm writing here. I just presenting here related to science and technology, and there are so many schemes are there. You can get this those things and try to formulate or submit the papers to various agencies based on the schemes, the government schemes we have for rural development related to science and technology. So it's few, very few I have just put here, but there's many schemes are there which are basically for rural development. This very sometimes there's a debate. I think this if you just say that what is the difference between interventions and innovations? So you may have many definitions or the difference between the interventions and innovations. So I'm not just discussing that this dictionary definition of intervention and innovation, but my how we should feel that what is intervention and what is innovation. So that means innovations, you know that new things we can develop, and that means it may be the short term, it may be long term, depending upon the type of the innovations. And but interventions, I think this part nowadays, especially in rural area, I'm talking about, the intervention is totally ignored things. What I'm talking about? Suppose there's the technology is being used in rural area, but basically that is a replacement of the traditional technology, which may sometimes may not be good because their low income, it's not affordable. And of course this government is doing a lot of this incentives, offering incentives to transfer those technology in the river this in the rural area. But I think as a researchers, we should think that some technology are still being used which are based on the traditional traditional technology. And if we can intervene those technologies by putting some our R&D, you can say the skill, or some putting some amount of money which can be affordable by the rural people, so then a lot of work we can do. So in this, the technology generally means the well combination of energy, tools, knowledge, and skills that is there. I think in the higher education institutes, we have this the tools we have, knowledge we have, skills we have, and of course the energy we have. The technological interventions means adoption of modern technology to improve productivity, which is based on the traditional technology the people they are using. The adoptions modern technologies such as improved processes. Sometimes they use to process something to process the product by adopting the traditional means. Uh, we can improve that tools and locally available resources based technology. That is very important. That means if we do some R&D and we propose some R&D proposal, so it's better that don't go the resources beyond this their reach. That means if the resources are available in the rural areas only, and we try to use them and tap them efficiently, so that will be the good project proposal. If you talk about that anything imported from our side, that may not be good for the rural development. Interventions of modern technology become long-run equilibrium when the rural peoples have full information about the new technology and its potential. Of course, because that means when you want to do some R&D with the existing technology in order to improve that particular technology, so I think it will be very easy to understand by the rural people, because already they are using that things, and they can adopt very easily the new technology or the advanced technology with the existing system. So, sociologists may identify many sociological factors such as characteristics of rural country. This is the things, and I just I will discuss some case studies which we have developed under some scheme here under RUTAC program at IIT Roorkee. So then you will be, I think you will be comfort to see that, and you will be encouraged by just preparing the projects, R&D projects like that only. Because I tell you that nowadays, that if you talk about a very high, that's high level technology, and we feel that it may not be immediately put in the field. So that means the reviewers, when we evaluate the project, they think that no, it is not going to come next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So that means that way, some so that means this already I have told you, that means you have to identify the identification of objectives, growing research capability and capacity, ensuring strong research teaching nexus, linking research to wider social responsibility, increasing and allocate resources to facilitate productivity and rewarding excellence, establishing research cluster centers of excellence, enhancing institutional status and mission. That is the things as a general I'm talking about, because this is not, this may not be new to you, but we all know that. But how much we can implement in order to just prepare the research project. So proposal. So this is the things again. These are the list. Just we technically we should follow that, but sometimes uh, your experience and your exposure is more important. That applied research, industry-related basic research, institutional significance, collaborative research, interdisciplinary research, regional or local significance, new or emerging domain, and creative practices. This is, I think, I don't say that some of these points are not important. Every point, every type of research is important, but I think we should connect these researches together. What happens sometimes? Suppose my research topic is on basic research, but that basic research is important, but if somebody really take the outcome of that in order to apply that in the industry related research, so or applied research, so that means this part, or like this approach, we are missing totally in India. That's I'm very blunt in this case. We are just complete. Okay, I'm doing my topic or my research based on applied research. It's okay. I forget after that, and then somebody whose problem is industry related. So that means he will not be connected with the research, the applied research. It sometimes, many times, it happens that, because my basic objective is just to get the degree. It's not that. That means you will get the degree. The research scholar will get the degree. But if he thinks that she should work so that the his or her this research outcome or the project outcome is deliverable to the society, then that is a good research. I consider that. A level of research and development is again this general things I'm talking about. The main focus should be to carry out applied research, make a distinction between basic and research strategies to benefit to all R&D partners. As I already discussed, that means that all kind of research, all level of research should be, I think, some platform in any institution I'm talking about, in any higher education institution. That means somewhere nowadays in all the IITs we have some center department, so that all the projects there are related to interdisciplinary, so that the students of different different disciplines, they just sit together in one building or in one hall, and that this disseminate or the share their ideas, so that considering all the areas research, and a one beautiful product and the efficient product, reliable products can be produced if they sit in one hall. So that means there should be some center in all the higher education institutions, so that the all discipline, because now it's engineering. That earlier in the when the engineering concept came, it was only one engineering. After that, it's a there's area wise, there's hundreds discipline of engineering specialization, but that it is not good nowadays, because everybody is talking about in his or her area, but ultimately that if we just talk all the discipline in one house, so that sometimes a, a deliverable product can be produced. It's a teamwork, and which is totally missing here. Now, I think just to have just 1 minute or 30 seconds break. Any questions related to that so far? So that then immediately I just talk about this our this RUTAG Center IIT participants. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Uh,
sir.
so no questions till now. In
Sir, there is no query as such.
Okay,
We're
okay,
just saying very informative lecture and good feedback, sir.
okay. So
Yes, sir.
now I think now specifically I'm talking about this. Just give some case studies or some projects which we feel that at all the levels they are recognized, academic level, R&D level, even this patent and this society also, they are using those projects. So I'll be discussing a few projects, very important projects here. So basically, there is a scheme or this Rural Technology Action Group. That's a RUTAG, and the government of India under the Science and Technology, they have 7 centers uh, uh, with 7 IITs, and IIT Roorkee is also have a center which is Rural Technology Action Group. So, what is the basic idea or what is the basic objective to establish this center? This basically that means to identify the technology which are traditionally used by the rural people, and if they find that their technology, that the systems or their equipment or the instruments they are using, those need some interventions. That's why I'm talking about interventions. That means it's not that purely innovation. Innovation based will be the new product. So that means if you do the innovations, and based on the innovations you develop the product, so that sometimes may not be acceptable because of its high cost or the economic factor. But there is a scope of interventions of the existing technology, so that some money can be put affordable and that can be upgraded. That is the basic idea to have these centers. So at the IIT Roorkee, this RUTAG center was set up in 2010, and for rural occupational group of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh state. I'm telling you that each IITs, they have assigned some states nearby states. So this IIT Roorkee, initially it was just for the center was created for Uttarakhand, Himachal, and Jammu and Kashmir. Nowadays, recently last year, they put one separate center under the IIT Delhi for this J&K, Jammu and this, Ladakh region, to develop need and demand driven high level technological interventions and innovations for the benefit of rural occupational groups. That's I already told you, and this RUTAC is supported financially. It is supported by Office of this Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, New Delhi. RUTAC has taken initiatives to four NGOs. Now, I give I have drawn a this flow chart so that how we are in which what way we are doing this for this. The next slide it will be there. And the RUTAC at IIT Roorkee started its activities in 2010. Even ever since its inception, it has taken up several interesting projects, which I'm going to just demonstrate here, of course. So now this flow chart gives the things what we do, because we involves the local NGOs, the active NGOs, or with the NGOs working in the rural areas, and we hold a meeting with the NGOs, and we give the just task to NGOs that they identify the the technology where the intervention is required, and then ask them to prepare one page concept notes, just saying that this is particular process the our people or the local peoples are using, and there the problems they are facing, and if some intervention in the existing technology is there, can be put so that their life and their can be made easy, or their economic level, or you can say that the livelihood can be enhanced. So all those things in the one page concept note, because the NGOs they may not be aware about the what kind of technology is there, and what would be the intervention in the technology. So that the identification of the need, base, and demands driven high level technological interventions through meeting workshop with SHG NGOs, faculty, and students. That sometimes we give some project to our students that they spend few days. We just take care of our their finances, their expenditure, and ask a team of the students. Okay, they should go to the interior, and then just spend 2 3 days in among this the people of villages, and then try to find out that where they are facing problem and what we can do based on the area. So these are the things. Then we just collect the data, and then preparation of project proposal as concept note. As I told you, this is concept note only. It's not the detailed project. Consultation with participating NGOs and the experts from IIT Roorkee. That means those can be discussed. And the preparation of the final project proposal by the designate principal investigator is there. I think uh, for any, let me tell you that what is the new thing I'm telling you, that the thing is what we do when we prepare the project, we just go through the literature review, the academic point of view, and academic point of view, you will get the this laboratory based research only, and from there only we identify the gaps, and then try to prepare the project proposal based on that. And then I already told you that during that evaluation, or during review of these projects, so that the experts find okay, this is not good. But I tell you that this your institute or any institute, they can make the team of the students who voluntarily, or you can give some incentives to them, or under some academic curriculum you can put, and then ask them that go to the interior for the rural to the rural people, and try to identify the problems, and then make a concept notes, and then discuss with the expert faculty, and then prepare the project in order to solve their problem. And then immediately in your project proposal, it it will be appear that, oh, you are going to do this, and this project is excellent, and that will be accepted. That's my concern here. So the monitoring and assessment and of the progress of the project by the project, that's the the standard procedure to complete any project. But this why I'm talking about, that is the You just make the concept known in order to prepare a project proposal. In particular, I'm talking the rural development. That means at every stage you can feel that where the mistake is going, where you are committing, or where the this improvement required. So that is the things that you will always. Otherwise, what happens? We prepare the project proposal, submit it, get the funds. Then our basic uh, objective or basic focus is to how to spend that money. And even that's the project you submitted, where they also uh, earlier also, but nowadays they are not particular that whether you have spent the money or not. No, no, they are very much particular about the deliverable also. So that's why this will help you if you prepare the project, uh, R&D project proposal based on some. Hello,
अरे यार ये बंद नहीं हो जाए किसका टेंशन
hello. Okay, somebody, I think he should mute.
अरे मैं गुरुजी मैं कुछ
Anyway,
नहीं कर रहा मैं तो सुनो मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा हटा रहा हूँ कुछ नहीं कर रहा
ये लाइव है, लाइव
वो
ये
पता है मैं
लाइव है,
कुछ नहीं कर
जो
रहा
इसके दिखेगी ना। और तूने ये तो पागल हो रहा है, इसको इसको ऑन और कर रखा है।
किसको किसको ऑन किया मैंने
इसको
okay,
इसको माइक को
मैंने
तो आपके मैंने भी ऑफ किया ना इसको। तो जल्दी इसी
hello,
में बैठना, और भी डेस्कटॉप नहीं है, पूरी लैब खाली पड़ी है।
hello,
अरे मैं
participant.
ये पता है क्या बोले कीबोर्ड चेक करो तो मैं इस समय
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think
मैंने
there's.
चेक किया
So anyway, so these are the things I think I will not spend the time on this, but I think whatever discussed under this. So these are the various stakeholders, or you can say the organization or the parties we have to involve. That is the, I can say that you don't have the RUTAC center, but you can make a group of the students who can work as a center, or you can create the center for development of the rural technology. Then this nodal agency you can involve, because they have a lot of the secondary data, and the small scale industry, because ultimately when you develop the system, you cannot produce in your academic institution. You have to transfer the technology, you have to disseminate the technology to the local peoples through some small scale industry. And the financial institutes, you have to, as I told you, that your project, if you submit your R&D project by considering all these things, so that means you will get the financing. There's no doubt about that. Then the NGOs is because they are connected to you, the academic institution, they are connected to the local people, they are connected to the small scale industry, they are these communications, they are connected, because they can be the of course you have to identify the good NGOs who really want to work, who want to serve the society, and the beneficiaries, of course. So that means this is the, I think, self-explanatory. If you look at this and you try to understand it calmly, coolly, then it will be it is self-explanatory. So this is the flow chart. I can say that this is very much. I think if you think, if you look at this chart, and based on that you prepare your R&D project proposal. So I don't think that it will be stopped somewhere. You will get the finances for that through any agency. Then, in particular, I think now let's say some there are so many projects we have, but just I just at a glance I'm just discussing that what is this modified Bageshwari wool charkha in Himalayan regions. There is a Bageshwari charkha. It's a traditional, hundreds of year back. It was developed. So that I'll tell you that how we have modified that, and the people are using that. A mechanized roller for felt making. Modified pump uses turbine for pico hydro. That is in particular where the hydro potential is available. Development of solar energy based efficient plant of preparing turpentine oil, that I'll discuss. That development of cold storage powered by pico hydropower. This is nowadays, I think, in government, is in agriculture sector. Our government is always talking about the cold storage. That is very much because the lot of these vegetables and fruits are just deteriorated because of because the absence of the cold storage. And this is pomegranate seed extraction machine. I think this is the technology identified by the NGOs and following the route I have told you. So then we just how we have taken up these this intervention in the technology of these product. I think I'll present that. So that means talking about this modified Bageswari. I think Professor Himani, are you there? Hello.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. I'm here only.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
I
sir.
think you tell me that whether they will take the interest, the participants will take the interest in that. Otherwise, then I'll speak something different.
No,
I
no,
thought
sir.
that I'll.
Sir, it is
I
interesting. Sir, I am taking
okay.
interest, sir. It is
Okay,
interesting.
okay. So that's why, because now I cannot see that what I'm presenting, but I think I thought that it may encourage you and your students. That means you can ask the student and do the practice. So I think this is this slide is visible. Hello.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Yes,
this
sir.
is this was the traditional charkha, we can say that, and it is made of this wood, and you know that this is the pedal, and this is pedal operated. This is a wheel, and there is a this is the main component over here. But the problem they found that it's not efficient. It's a very crude, and the production is very less in that case. And the main problem they found that when this bobbin, this component they call this a bobbin. That means the winding of the thread will be here. It is not. It's only one place. So that means this uniform filling of the bobbins is the biggest problem they face. So in that case, we just collected the data and then found, and it's a three study in the three stage we have developed this. I think look at this circle, and then final stage I tell you that. Then after that we put some intervention and then develop this. In that case, we just introduce that how their problem can be solved, and how this capacity or the production productivity can be enhanced with that. So based on that, is details is available on the website. I think we just filed the patent for that also. So that is the things. Then still we found that because in remote areas, especially in hilly areas, I'm talking about, we have the renewable energy sources, we have solar energy, we have hydro. So that means if we can use that, we can tap that solar energy or some other source of energy, and we can use. So that means if the person can use this charkha for 6 to 8 hours, it can be operated by 20 hours or 18 hours, depending upon the thing. So that is the things. So this is the final this the, I can say this is modified Bhageshwari Mool charkha. We can do advanced thing. The beauty with this here, that it can be operated. We keep this intact. That means pedal operated is there, and it can be operated by the battery. Battery can be charged from the regular this grid supply, and we have supplied a module, PV module also, so that you can use that. If grid is not available, the conventional source of energy is not available, so that means that can be. So there's so many things now. I can say this is advanced charkha, and it is there. What is why I call this advanced? Because the speed of the motor, or the speed of the, because the quality of the thread depends upon that at what RPM this is this rotating. So in that case, you can set that RPM just for the required quality of thread. So it will be running at that, and the RPM varies from this 1000 RPM to 3000 RPM. Anyway, so that means different kind of wool you can view that in that. That was not a provision in that. So let me just show this. I think video. Yeah, I just show that the video of that. Just a few seconds clip over here.
अरे बोले सर नीचे से सर आप देना सर बात कर लो बोले सर लैंड बनानी क्या तो जब वो
Presently, she is operating
वो
this charkha by this pedal, by foot. Otherwise, this can be operated by this battery. That battery can be charged. This is the battery over here. So this is we call this advanced Bhageshwari Charkha. So it's very the people they started buying this. Even some small you can see the industry is the wool industry, and not in Uttarakhand. I'm talking about the in Gujarat also. They in Gujarat some industry they have just taken this charkha and they are using. This is one thing. Then next, it's a very interesting thing. That means when we interacted with the NGO, or NGOs identified that even being I'm here, even I didn't know that this technology, that how this. Let me tell you that first, very interesting. I think you can see that this is called the felt. This is the namda we call in Hindi, this namda or this felt. And you know how it is prepared? We didn't know that, but I can tell you that what is the process. The process is that means if you just have a, you can say the mat, and over this mat you just put this is raw wool. This is raw wool, just raw wool, and you just put that wool here and then wrap on the wheel. I tell you here what is the wheel. This a roller. It's just like a roti belane ka jo belan hota hai na. Uspe just you wrap this, tie this, and then roll it. And this rolling traditionally it was rolled with the by women with their legs. So that was the very tedious task. Even after some times, the knees of these women's tear, you can say that's a damage हो जाते थे उनके. हमने देखे हैं कि उनके घुटने जो है वो skin is not there, skin is removed because of they are continuously using this process in order to make this felt. So I think they ask us that what could be the simple intervention in this technology so that it can be cost effective and can be used easily so that the life of these women can be saved or that can be made better. So in that case, a simple mechanism, I tell you that's why I'm talking about the R&D doesn't require a very high-tech approach. Even simple approach you can do R&D, and I tell you it is patented also. Nothing is there. The idea we got, that means what we need only this rolling with some pressure. So what we did, we just developed this roller. It's just based on the lawn remover. Just you see that the lawn remover, they just roll that roller and the cutters. So it is the idea we received from there only. So that this mechanism we just developed. You know that what is the cause? Nothing. It's a roller only, it's a pipe, and there is a bearing fitted over here, and this is the frame. So that means this process can be, this rolling process can be by pulling this frame. I'll show this clip. It's here. Yeah, this is the starting thing, and even you make the design that under the wool you can put these things, then lay this quickly. I'm just showing that. Then after that you have to roll this, tie this, so that you can see that you can see here that this rolling is done by hand, by this. Even a small kid can roll this, can play like this. And after some times, after 15-20 minutes rolling, this is the final product. I think I'll show this. This is the final product. This is the final product. Yeah. Starting from let me tell you that starting this that this mat, on this mat you just put some design. I think that design you can cut from the this uh, felt or the namda, and then put this this way, this way, then like this, then tie this over the roller and just roll the roller. So there's no adhesive we have added, nothing we have. This is a due to the interlocking of the fibers. It is very, and the product we got tested in the laboratory, so they really surprised that it's there. So that means this is the, I can call this the this technology intervention. Next, so I think these are produced in our laboratory. This, and this is the complete process that this canvas mat, you have to put this like this, tie this, and just roll it, and then after 15-20 minutes rolling, you will get this. So that is the final product. Then because of the demand, because the size of the mat, the different size of the mat we need, so that means accordingly we have three sizes of this roller, we call this mechanized roller. So it's very fantastic thing. The people, they started using this, and in J&K, Jammu and Kashmir, they're heavy demand. But now this, we are searching at some industry so that they can make this, and this technology can be transferred to the this industry. Anyway, so this all this during that we have trained this women's at the site, and so now I can say that this kind of proposal, research proposal, can be financed by the government immediately. So the government needs that the R&D, you spend R&D, just the product which can be delivered, which can enhance the livelihood of the rural peoples, and they can just can better this life of the people. This is also one concept. I think this is not the rural base. It's of course I can say that means in these hilly areas, the hydropower. You know that. So in hydropower, that basically the main component is turbine, and the turbine is the system which cannot be which cannot be afforded by the poor people, and for a small capacity, say 2 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt. So in that case, we just use, of course, it's a well-known technology. That means the readily available centrifugal pump, which can be bought from the market at a lower price in comparison to the turbine, that can be used as a turbine in reverse mode with some modification. So that modification we have made in that. So this is the things. इसकी video तो नहीं होगी? हाँ. Yes. So this particular is not the turbine, it's a pump, and this pump is slightly modified, which can be modified by some local people, and then it is now working as turbine. Turbine, you know that the potential energy can be used. Of course, it is tested in the laboratory, but this is the things we have made, and it is very much popular in hilly areas. Just for developing the power. That is one thing. There's one more, the technology. I just tell you that uh, you know that's pine needles, that is biomass, but the resin, that गोंद जिसको हम कहते हैं पाइन, जो चीड़ का गोंद होता है, that is used to manufacture the turpentine oil. And the process is the heating, and the heating at two stages. One is 80 degrees centigrade, so that it can melt, and after that about 280 degrees centigrade, just to evaporate that, and then after condensation the turpentine oil will be prepared. So that means traditionally the people in hilly areas, they have this local bhatti, and in that this, you know, that's a furnace, like local furnace. In that they used to use the this wood as a fuel. So nowadays it's very difficult to get the wood in hilly areas. So that means initially they transported this wood from the plain to the hilly area, but now it's not economically viable. So in that case, we thought that we can use the renewable energy sources. So here you know that it's just like it's a concentrating type solar collector. So in that case, we use that solar collector, and after that we thought that it's not necessary that solar energy will be available that all the times, because so many months is not available. So in that case we just integrate this with a improved chula, this is stove, where we can put some available wood, so that wood can be saved in that case. So that means this is also a successful project, uh, which can be put in the hilly areas, so that the local people, they can manufacture the turpentine at their level, and their livelihood can be enhanced. So in that case, this is of course this process is full various component. Of course, if we have transferred this technology to some industry, so they can make this a very compact unit, because in laboratory we just tested the process and found out the energy balance. So the technology is available. So they have taken this technology, and they can make this very compact things. So this is there. And next, I don't know. Okay, there's another thing. That's a very small things I'm telling you here. आप कहोगे कि स्कूल के बच्चों की बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन नहीं, ऐसा नहीं. This is the R&D, and R&D really required in rural areas. So this is dadim. Dadim we call that this अनार होता है, उसके उसका ये शीड को निकालना होता है. They want to remove this seed because this is very costly in comparison of even this pomegranate. So what they did, they just developed this machine, and it was a very crude machine. What is that? They cut this sardine and put in a box, and this box is just vibrating. So this vibrating, I have the slide, but I cannot show here. So that vibrating, even then, this this shade were not removed completely. So they have some problem. So they ask us that develop a small machine, so that the efficiency can be improved, and they can enhance their livelihood under this they can increase their income. So in that case we started just developing this. What is that? That means these are the this like a beaters, I can say that. But even then we found, okay, the efficiency was very good. That means the removal of all the seed from the cell. But problem is that its output very poor, means this is not the economically viable. And finally, I tell you that what we did. है इसमें लिखा ये हाँ? So this वो कहाँ कटर वाली वही दिखाओ. These are the in 3 4 stages we have. Yes. So the final version of that machine you can see over here. Just even the cutter is the integral part of this. You just put the okay. So this is the final version. Now we are trying to, I think some manufacturer they have adopted this, and it is there. So that means why I'm showing this. This is the R&D. This is R&D for this technology intervention, so that our students they can take up all these things and they can. Nowadays, I think it's very much required. The engineering in engineering we are missing this part of it. Then next, again, as I told you that the storage, the cold storage, and it is renewable energy based, so that in hilly areas we conducted a survey, and in a particular area we found that a lot of their vegetables just damaged because they cannot immediately transport from the hill to the plain. So that means at least 2 3 days they need to have storage. So in that case, that storage, that is this pico hydro base, because we need the power, and that power is developed by pico hydro. And even we are trying to develop this cold storage, which is the base of the solar energy. So that is of course a big project, but I think if some proposal or some project like this you submit, it will be accepted easily by the government, because they want that. So these are the things I think I have, yeah, here. So this is the things I'm showing here, that this is the turbine, this is the generator of, is a small size and locally manufactured. The generator is locally available, and whatever the power is, I think this is, we introduced this unit. So this is that we put this cold storage in the, I'll show this cold storage. That power is coming through this. This is the cold storage, and this cold storage is a disassembled form. That means the insulating panels. There is no permanent construction. I think this we have tested in our laboratory, and the same storage we transported to in the field. So this is again very fantastic thing. That means the appreciated, and the people they have started using this. Then one more is there. The aloe vera is, of course, this is based on this existing technology, but the large size machines were available, but we at a village level we tried to, and now we are working on this. It's a little bit bigger project, because you know that the wool producers they just sell their wool in the hilly areas of no cost, and then after processing, you need final processing and the final product. So that product again will be sent to the hilly areas or then remote, and it will be very costly. So our project was that the complete process from the this raw wool to the final product. So if we develop the small scale machines to perform all the process, so that means it will be nice for the rural people. And we just going to finish in next 3 4 months, and all these machines are just we have developed, and finally it will be like this. So these are the process. That means raw wool, dusting of wool. This we have developed the machines, or this opening teasers, washing, cartoning, and the final product. As I told you, this product produced by the this felt making roller is there. So that means then you will be surprised that whatever product we have developed, this is the produced by the felt making machines, the roller we have developed. It is the product from that. And you know these threads, it is from the spinning wheel, this wheel or the charkha we have. So during training, we just call the users from the hilly areas. So the ladies they produce this threads, and then simultaneously during night time they just wear this it's called cap, or cap to spinning. So this is the things. I don't know. I talked during my presentation this technical thing, but I think that if you are a technical person, you are you have the capability, you have the advanced knowledge of any technology. So that means you can do R&D at the, you can say, at lower level also. And I'm telling you, 2 days there's a need, because you know that people's in India, they need the work, they want to, and the government has many uh, policies, or you can say schemes, startup and other things. You know that many things are there, but the people thinks what they from where they should start. So that means these are the things that I thought during this lecture I'll discuss all these things, so that the teachers, you are the teachers, you can motivate your students, so that after passing out from their institute, they can apply this, they can use this, and they can create the job. That is the things. So that is the things. That's all. Thank you very much for this. And we have time, if you can discuss with me, so I'll try to respond your query regarding. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jenny, sir. Sir, in the last slide that you had shown, this you are teaching the skills to the students, for this raw wool that we have discussed, sir.
Hmm?
Sir, in the last slide, second last slide. Yes,
Second
sir.
last slide.
Yes,
This
sir.
this one.
Yes, sir. Before this, yes, sir.
This one
No, sir. After this, sir. Like
is,
you are teaching the students for making the raw wool. Yes, sir. This one, raw wool to fabric, sir.
yes, yes. Actually, this is the machine we have developed, just for, is a raw wool, just for this cleaning the things.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what the question?
So I just wanted to know, like, are we able to teach the students during this BTech program or MTech program? This
भाई यही से तो शुरुआत करना है उनको. आप फर्स्ट ईयर से ही यू जस्ट गिव ए स्मॉल प्रोजेक्ट, एंड आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ द स्मॉल प्रोजेक्ट. Those projects are useful project, and ask them that go to the in the field, and take the problem of the villagers, from the villagers, and solve their problem at their level. So they will be encouraged like that.
okay, sir. So that means you're making them making them develop their
Yes,
skills.
yes, yes, yes,
So during the course of the program,
yeah.
actually, this AICT has also taken up this initiative. Now they have come up with this new scheme where the students are being encouraged to develop the skills like this only, for making them employable, sir. For
Yes,
improving them.
and this Professor Himani, I tell you, it's a very tedious task. It's not so easy to because the students को उस line पे लाना बहुत मुश्किल है, because he or she doesn't want to come out from their mobile or the laptop.
Yes, sir. That is true, sir.
So, so that is our skill. The professor's skill is that how you can motivate him or her, so that she or he can start working.
So then, do we tell the students to go to their own respective village and get the problem?
हिमानी, आपने तो हमारे साथ काम किया है.
Handy, sir. Handy,
तो
sir.
अभी अभी
Because
मैं अभी मैं जो बैठा हूँ, मैं इसको आपके एक लेक्चर को ये सोचता रहे बोलना है, 5 मिनट बोल दूंगा, लेकिन आई स्किप माई लंच,
yes, sir.
बिकॉज
Yes, sir.
आई वांट टू डिलीवर समथिंग कि कुछ मेरे से कुछ फायदा हो जाए. तो
Yes, sir.
अगर इस टीचर में या प्रोफेसर में इस तरह की प्रवृत्ति हो जाए, तो स्टूडेंट जरूर सीखेगा. और नहीं.
Definitely. Yes, sir. So we are very grateful to you, sir. Actually, I was waiting that probably you will have the lunch because of
नहीं
me.
नहीं नहीं, मैंने देखो उसे बिल्कुल इसलिए नहीं कहा कि मैं आपसे ये कहलवाऊं कि जी आप बहुत बुरा किया है.
नहीं, नहीं,
मैंने इसलिए किया कि मुझे अभी तक भी इस तरह का है कि स्टूडेंट क्यों नहीं मानेगा अगर मैं नहीं उसको नहीं कहूंगा, उसको कहूंगा तो ये बात है.
हाँ
तो
जी.
वो उनके पास पोटेंशियल है बेटा, बहुत पोटेंशियल. आज इंजीनियर से आजकल कोई डिफरेंस नहीं, आईआईटी का स्टूडेंट है या किसी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज का, प्राइवेट इंजीनियरिंग, सब में स्किल है. लेकिन आप कैसे उसको मोटिवेट करते हैं, तो दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
Yes, sir. So they have lot of time also with them actually.
Yes, yes, and they will enjoy. Only thing we don't have the culture, right? We don't
Yes,
have the culture.
don't have the
कल्चर
culture.
हमारा क्या है कि क्लास में आया पढ़ा, एग्जाम टाइम में पढ़ेगा और एग्जाम दे देगा और पास हो जाएगा। बाकी वो कैंटीन में बिताएगा, इधर उधर बिताएगा, बोर हो जाएगा और कई बार तो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हो जाएगा और कई बार बहुत नुकसान हो जाएगा।
Understand.
तो
Sir,
ये बात
I remember our visits when we were doing MTech. We
हाँ,
were also taken to this hydropower station that you had just shown, sir.
यस यस
We had taken to Kshetra, Hatnikund Barrage, sir. Hatnikund Barrage we had visited, sir, that time.
अब बहुत कुछ चेंज हो गया है भाई। अब भी कोई अब कोई स्टूडेंट हार्ड कोड नहीं रहा है।
हाँ जी sir.
तो आप लोग थे जो चले जाते थे साइड से, हम नहीं जाते थे।
अब नहीं जाते sir.
बहुत बहुत मुश्किल काम है और इसीलिए प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हमारी इंजीनियरिंग में।
हाँ जी sir.
Hello.
Field visits are required actually. हाँ, Dr.
यस
Piyush
यस
wants to
यस
ask something, sir.
इंजीनियरिंग आई थिंक मेडिकल में तो वो आपके बिल्कुल पेशेंट को के पास ले जाते हैं ना डॉक्टर्स को
हाँ जी
ट्रेनिंग
sir.
में, और हम कहाँ, हम तो सिर्फ उसको कंप्यूटर तक सीमित रखते हैं।
हाँ जी sir. Yes, Dr. Piyush wants to say something. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I want to tell some 2 or 3 points. First of
Yes.
all, ma'am, interest toward higher education should be create करना, it is very important because nowadays suppose करिए 12th से पता चला 10 लाख स्टूडेंट्स निकल रहे हैं, but in higher education only पता चला 10,000 20 or 50 और 1 लाख स्टूडेंट एनरोल्ड हो रहे हैं।
यस
सो ड्रॉप आउट जो हो रहे हैं देयर नंबर इज वेरी बिग, या ड्रॉप आउट हो रहे हैं या आई डोंट नो विच किस पोस्ट में जा रहे हैं, बिकॉज अगर ये देयर आर टू थिंग्स मैम, स्किल तो हो गए, स्किल इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग कि हमने ठीक है स्किल करा दिया, 12th पास आउट हुए, एक स्किल दे दिए, जॉब करने लगे, ठीक है, बट इस तरह से तो कंट्री एक लेबर क्लास उसमें कन्वर्ट हो जाएगी। हमें लेबर के साथ साथ इंटेलेक्चुअल लोग भी चाहिए कि जो, क्योंकि अगर हायर एजुकेशन नहीं होगा तो हमारा कंट्री एक बहुत अच्छी लोकेशन पे नहीं जा पाएगी। इसके लिए मैम हायर एजुकेशन में इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट करना नंबर 1, नंबर 2 फैकल्टी का फ्री होना बहुत जरूरी है। टुवर्ड अगर जब तक फैकल्टी फ्री नहीं होगा, अब हम उससे 25 काम कराते रहे, बोले कि वो स्टूडेंट को भी ये भी करे वो भी करे वो भी, तो टाइम का बहुत लिमिटेशन होता है, इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल।
Yes, sir. That is true. Faculty.
Sir, I tell you this, I differ from this because there's a somebody's nature is always I'm busy, but I say that we should say that I'm easy. Huh? Professor Himani, you know my the activities daily.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and any times you ask me that please deliver, even I didn't say that deviate the time and the things, so it's okay. So I think ये अंडा मुर्गी वाली बात है साहब, कि भाई अंडा पहले आएगा या मुर्गी पहले आएगी।
सर नंबर सर एक चीज और भी चीज थी सर,
अगर आप
आई एम सेइंग सर,
अगर
इन
हम
मैनी,
ये सोचे कि अगर हम ये सोचे साहब कि भाई टाइम मिलेगा तब हम ये बताएंगे इसको, तो मेरे ख्याल से वो उसको बताया नहीं जाएगा और फिर हमारे पास टाइम भी नहीं है। और जब हम कहेंगे नहीं हमें इसे बताना है चाहे टाइम हो या नहीं हो, तो फिर सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा। तो मेरा ये कहना है।
sir in Delhi NCR what I am seeing sir कि in many of the private universities sir
हाँ
फैकल्टी का मूवमेंट इज सो फास्ट, मींस इतने जल्दी जल्दी फैकल्टी स्विच कर रहे हैं कि पता चला एक वन स्टूडेंट इज एनरोल्ड फॉर पीएचडी डिग्री सर, पता चला उसके ड्यूरिंग पीएचडी उसके 6 to 7 गाइड रिसर्च गाइड चेंज हुए हैं, किसी को प्रॉब्लम पता है किसी को नहीं पता है। और सर ये जो साइंटिफिक ये जो रिसर्चेस हो रही है, साइंटिफिक रिसर्चेस मैनी स्टूडेंट की ऐसी हुई हैं जो आर्ट्स टाइप के सब्जेक्ट में दे दी गई है, नाम तो
हाँ
उन्होंने
हाँ
लिखा किया है बट उन्होंने वर्क ऐसा कराया है कि भाई सिर्फ सिंपल जैसे 11th 12th के बच्चे हों या कुछ बी फर्स्ट ईयर सेकंड ईयर के केस स्टडी ले ली, उसको सॉल्व करा के उस पे पीएचडी अलॉट कर दी सर।
हाँ नहीं वो दैट डिपेंड्स अगेन, दस मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि फैकल्टी को ही सोचना पड़ेगा ना सर, उसमें बच्चे की तो कोई गलती नहीं है ना।
बच्चे की तो गलती नहीं है सर, बट कहीं ना कहीं अगर फैकल्टी रिटेन करना या ये सब चीजें बहुत जरूरी हैं।
हाँ, वो तो एक सब चीजें जुड़ी हुई हैं कि भाई ऐसा है तो अपॉर्चुनिटी जिसको जहां मिलेगी वो वहां चला जाएगा। तो वो सारी चीजें तो हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर, बट हम जितनी हमारे हाथ में है उतना हम कर सकते हैं, मेरा ये कहने का मतलब।
यस सर, यस सर। गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज में तो सर इट इज़ पॉसिबल, क्योंकि उनके पास टाइम भी है, लैब भी है, रिसोर्सेस हैं, सब चीज़ें, फैकल्टी के स्टेबिलिटी भी है, सैलरी से लेके 25 चीज़ें। बट इन प्राइवेट कॉलेज इट इज़ आई थिंक लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट, कि अगर आपकी पोजीशन एक, जैसे सर हमने एक पूछा था कि हमने सर एक प्रोजेक्ट लेने के लिए किया था, अप्लाई किया था, बट उस समय कॉलेज में इतने 150 फैकल्टी मेंबर इन अ ईयर निकाल दिए गए। तो मैंने बोला कि सर अगर इन केस ये प्रोजेक्ट मिलता तो मैं ले सकता हूँ क्या? उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं, फिर आप प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट मत करो।
नहीं नहीं भाई, नहीं, प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट करते मिलता और फिर उसके आगे रास्ते में मिल जाते सर। तो ये है। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा उदाहरण बताता हूँ कि जब हमने पीएचडी किया था तो हमारे पास कोई फंड, इवन एक थर्मोकपल एक छोटा सा होता है जिसके कॉस्ट 10 15 20 रुपए की आती थी, वो भी फंड्स हमारे यहाँ डिपार्टमेंट में, यूनिवर्सिटी होती थी उस टाइम, वो नहीं होते थे। और हमने भी पीएचडी की, और आज की तारीख में फैकल्टी के पास इतने लाखों रुपए होते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स के जो एक्सपेंडिचर या वो कहना चाहिए कंटीजेंसी इतनी होती है कि वो सारा दिन उसको खर्च करने की जुगाड़ में रहता है, रिसर्च को एक साइड में रख देता है। तो ऐसा तो नहीं है कि सर हमने जो रिसर्च की है वो कोई खराब रिसर्च थी, हम तो मानते हैं कि हमने ठीक ठाक की है। तो ऐसा है कि आरएनडी में मेरे ख्याल से, जैसे मेरा विचार हो सकते हैं, फैसिलिटी और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना बहुत जरूरी है, पर हमें कोई भी किसी भी लेवल पे इंतजार नहीं करना चाहिए कि पहले हम क्रिएट करेंगे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देन विल स्टार्ट। अगर हम थोड़ा सा भी बेसिक्स से सोच लेते हैं, इवन द इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, nowadays there are so many advanced instruments which give the direct reading and the thing, and वो होगा 20 लाख की कॉस्ट। और मैं ये कहता हूं कि अगर हम थोड़ा सा नीचे सोच के एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट 1,000 का या 500 का या 400 रुपए का, वही गेज, वही प्रेशर गेज, वही प्रेशर ट्रांसड्यूसर मार्केट में अवेलेबल है, और आई डोंट थिंक दैट इस uncertainty or error is not as good as because that is a basic instrument. So I can say that means we should encourage the student that whatever they have presently they can start doing research. ये जो मैं अभी आपको कुछ बताया है ये कोई इंजीनियरिंग का नहीं है, इसको आप जुगाड़बाजी कह सकते हैं, इसको कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, पर मैं कहता हूँ कि ये आरएनडी है। अगर स्टूडेंट इस उसके पास बहुत ज्यादा कुछ नहीं है, एडवांस इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स नहीं है और एक एडवांस लैब नहीं है, बट if he learns all these things with the basics knowledge, basic instrument, so I can say that he will be a good engineer or any. And that is the things in Europe and in other country, they train their engineers like this. That is the difference I can say. Because we think that just we create the infrastructure first, we need some money for buying some advanced instrument, then only we'll start. तो उसमें थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस है मेरी, राइट सर। हेलो।
So that means we should not wait for the right
नहीं,
infrastructure.
बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं कहूंगा, बिल्कुल नहीं कहूंगा। आप कह सकते हो यार ऐसे कैसा प्रोफेसर है जो बिना किसी फैसिलिटी के कहेगा कि काम करना शुरू कर दो। नहीं, मैं कहता हूँ अरे वो अपने आप ही एड ऑन हो जाएंगी, वो फैसिलिटी अपने आप आ जाएंगी। कैसे हो जाएगा? हम 1 साल तक अगर हमारे परचेज ऑर्डर नहीं हुआ, हमारे स्पेसिफिकेशन नहीं बने, तो हम क्या 1 साल तक खाली बैठेंगे? नहीं, वो करते रहिए, ट्राई करते रहिए। आई डोंट से दैट इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, इट इज वेरी मच रिक्वायर्ड। द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस इंस्ट्रूमेंट, एवरीथिंग is very much required, but simultaneously you can do, but at least you can start your work with the facility you have, with the existing facility you can do. I can say, सपोज वो 1 साल 2 साल बाद वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं आया तो आप पीएचडी छोड़ देंगे, छुड़वा देंगे बच्चे से? नहीं, उसको करना है।
So you have made that department very independent, like this Department of Alternate Hydroenergy Center, Center for Energy Statistics.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
Yes, and now it has become a complete department. So you
तो
have,
हमारा कल्चर इस तरह का रहा इसलिए हम अलग बोल रहे हैं. अगर इफ यू गो टू द अदर कन्वेंशनल डिपार्टमेंट और वेल द बिग डिपार्टमेंट, वो ऐसे ही बोलेंगे कि नहीं हमें लैब तैयार करनी है पहले.
that
यू
is
नो
why,
दैट.
sir, people are wanting to include you in the when IIT was formed rather than including other departments, because you were totally self-sufficient. You were creating funds for them rather than
Yes,
depending
yes,
on
and
them for that.
because of that approach only. And you know that now you visit Professor Himani in our department, we have all the advanced instrument, all the advanced laboratory. Even the other departments they don't have in our field.
Yes, sir.
Even the whole country doesn't have the lab. We have the hydro labs. In
Okay,
this
sir.
independent testing facility, we have only in India.
Yes, sir.
So, but we have started. I tell you that time we didn't have any thermocouple also.
Yes,
उसके
sir.
लिए भी हम घर से पैसे मांगते थे.
And
So that's the
because
thing.
the attitude is very important, sir.
Yeah, that's
So
it. That's it.
that is attitude, like you have to do the work. That is it.
Right.
Whether how and how you get the funds and all that will automatically come.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
ऐसे कहते हैं ना कि काम तो चुंबक की तरह होता है, वो अपने
Yes,
आप चिपकता चला जाएगा अगर you
yes,
have
sir.
the.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, in fact, you'll be surprised to know this AICT is started this Idea Lab. Now that we have participants from almost all over India. So our Poornima College of Engineering, they have been able to back this Idea Lab concept, where AICT is giving them 55 lakhs of funding, and 55 lakh is being provided by industries. So
Great.
almost we'll have a lab of, you can say, more than 1 crore.
Yeah, great. That's
So it is
the
something, like we just filled up the form, and like AICT, like companies, agencies are also government, All India Council for Technical Education, they are providing this kind of funding, sir, under the concept of Idea Lab. So they are also giving up a lot of innovative ideas, lot of innovative schemes and funds they are providing now. So only thing is attitude has to be positive, and you should work towards it.
Yes, yes. There's no problem the funds and the thing. That's why I'm just trying to
Uh,
communicate the things. That means if you prepare the proposal, project proposal in the honest manner, that means if you feel that okay यार पैसा आ जाए देखा जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं. अगर आप सोचे नहीं I have to deliver something, तो दोनों में फर्क हो जाएगा, दोनों proposal में फर्क. इसलिए मैं
So irrespective
attitude.
of the faculty switching over, we should work wherever we are working. We need to give our best. That is the main thing. And if we give
Yes.
our best, definitely it will count in our resume also. Like you have been able to get so much of funds. So like when I had filled up this form last year, I was not knowing that will be getting this AICT funded scheme, and fortunately we got it, and fortunately we got sirs to as
Yes.
one of my resource persons. So I've been troubling you, sir. This is the
Great.
third time, and
It's
this
great.
was this was the last MTP actually in this short-term training program. So I mean, it is just the attitude which matters.
Yes.
So if you keep on working and delivering, it will add up to your resume.
Yeah.
Don't think that since you have to change your job or since you have to go for better incentives, don't wait for somebody else. Just keep on working. That's it, sir.
Yes, yes. That's why I'm talking about hardly any difference between let's the if I'm working in IIT, so I don't feel that because the students even in private colleges they are sometimes they are more talented than our students,
Yes, yes, sir.
and getting the funds is not the good thing. I
Yes,
know that Professor Himani, I tell you that our new faculty, they are joining here. So they have the many lakhs rupees when they join.
yes,
So I don't know, I should say all these things. They are busy in how to spend that money and
yes,
leaving the
sir.
students what they want to, what they should, it is the students.
Yes,
तो
sir.
इवन मैं बूढ़ा हो रहा हूँ इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि
No, sir, but
क्या
it
है
is true. It
ये
is
क्या
true,
है.
sir.
हम still we are thinking that okay we have to take the class. Today I will be discussing this new thing, this thing, so that I have advantage they get. But our new faculty, they are always busy in spending by calling the quotations, and they even puzzle that how to spend this money, where to spend this money. So this is the things to getting funds and the things sometimes it is wrong also.
Yes, sir, but it is possible to get the funds. That is also there.
I
But
tell you that अंडा मुर्गी वाली बात मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ ना, if you will start working, then you will get the funds. That is there, and that will be the sustainable approach.
yes, sir. Because like I have seen these agencies, government agencies, they have also become very tight. Nowadays they are asking for utilization certificate, everything, and all the paperwork, all the proofs, and because they are giving you funds, so obviously they will want to have all the documentation, everything
Yes,
ready.
yes, yes,
So it is good also, sir, that the system is becoming more transparent now.
yes,
And like if we are conducting this every day, obviously this will have an impact. So although offline it may not have been possible for you to call you here, sir, in three times. I'm sure definitely most of the speakers won't have been able to come down here, sir. So in inauguration session, we had our AICT Institutional Development Cell Director sir was here, and one more professor, Dr. Subhash Chandra Mukhopadhyay was here from Australia, sir.
right.
So, if we are having people in offline mode, it is not possible to get such great people. Uh,
Yes, yes.
so, online mode, if they have allowed, it is because of this flexibility that they have given us. So, thank you, sir. Thank you so much
Thank you,
for
Professor.
delivering this talk, sir. I'll request your PPT, sir, so that we can give it to
Yeah,
the.
I'll send it to you.
Yes, sir. Definitely. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Can we have a group photograph, sir?
Yes, we can have this. I think I'm
Uh,
on the screen now.
Yes, sir, you are visible, sir. I'll request the participants also to kindly switch on their camera so that we can have a group photograph with sir. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. You are here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ravneet, for very, you can say, very active participants, sir, from all over India. And they have been very actively participating in all the workshops, sir, in all
This
the sessions. Yes, sir.
is because of your efforts, your team efforts.
It's such a team effort. It is all team effort, and I'm grateful to all the participants and as well as to you, sir, for accepting this offer. And at the last minute, you could not say no to me. I know that. Otherwise, uh, I could pull you down actually for this because I
No,
wanted that the
it's
participants should
okay.
be benefited, sir. We can generate funds no matter where we are and what we are working in, whether it is a private institute or a government institute. Only thing is we should keep our attitude positive, isn't
Yes.
it, sir? That's it. So. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a
Great.
lot for
Great.
coming down, sir.
Thank you, professors, the professors, Professor Mani in particular, and thank you very much for calling me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, sir. And now I request the participants to kindly fill up the attendance, and the link is provided in the chat box. So, in case you have any doubt, you may ask us, or you can put it in the chat box. So, kindly fill up your attendance and the feedback for the session here. And tomorrow we have our DP Kothari sir will be coming down, and he will be joining us for the second session at 11:45 a.m. and till 1:15 he'll be with us. And then we have an international speaker, Dr. Ramesh Bansal from University of Sharjah, Dubai. He will be joining us at 2 o'clock till 3:30. He'll be here. So we have only the first session as the query and feedback session in case you have any query. And but the formally the sessions will start at 11:45 with Dr. Kothari delivering the talk on how to earn resources for the college, how to write books, paper, project, thesis, and consultancies. So he will be motivating all the participants and the faculty members here. And if you have any query, you may raise it here. Otherwise, we'll wind up the session. So for tomorrow, our session will start formally at 11:45. We have two sessions lined up for tomorrow, and the quiz will be conducted on the third day. That we have three sessions, and after the third session, by Dr. Arun Kumar, we'll have the final quiz, which will make you eligible for the certificate. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot for joining us here and for being with us. Thank you so much.
किसने बनाया कैसे क्यों बना ना बोला प्रोग्राम की बात करो मुझे समझा नहीं क्यों बना तो फिर आप इसको आपने क्यों डाल रहा है मैंने सर इसको देखो आपने आज मैंने आपसे इसको मेल किया है क्या कभी कोई मेल नहीं किया मैंने है ना कभी भी यूज भी नहीं करता लेकिन चूंकि मिला हुआ है तो मैंने उसको डाल रखा है तो इसको हटाया क्यों नहीं आपने रिक्वेस्ट क्यों नहीं की इसको बंद करने की मैं तो मुझे मतलब एक्चुअली सीरियसनेस से पता नहीं था आपने मुझे बोला मैं वो मुझे बंद कर रहा है नहीं तो फिर उन्होंने बनाया क्यों हेलो जी ओके